Cool. Okay. I was just thanking my support group, the people who out there who can, who've been supporting the broadcast through, through the years. I think it's been 3, 4 years now of just continuous support, and I couldn't ask for a better support team. Shout out to KevRow University, patreon.com/. Kev Gills TV, of course. My moderators, people in the chat room for keeping that going. What an unbelievable night. A conspiracy. I've been in thought, like just deep thinking pretty much all night this morning, especially about Candace Owens. And, what makes her go so hard on black folks. So I've been up kind of studying her get down per se. And it's pretty quite simple. I guess I'm not the first person to just say she's in defense of these big corporations while pretending she's exposing Black Lives Matter or Kanye West. She's, with Kanye West being anti-Semitic this week, that's a tough call to be defensive of Kanye West during anti-Semitic week. You feel me? That's kind of risky. That's kind of a risky move given the audience, but when you work for both sides of the same coin, it's really not. It's really not. Shout out to you, Nia. I see you, Nia. Shout out to you. Let me see who up in here. Amanda, Said. What's up with you, Said? Let's see who else up in here. Brittany's up in here. Wish. Shout out to you. Royal Purple. Mr. Bay. Shout out to you. Forest Glory. Shout out to you. Double Up. What's up, King? Good to see you out here. Bree, I haven't saw you in a minute. Danny Boy is up there. Okay, we gonna keep working. One of the things, people are like, what the hell, Candace responded to Kev? Oh, yes. Candace Owens responded not only to Kev, she responded to our callers who called her out on her Caribbean roots and this sense of blackness that all the Caribbeans seem to have. Now, I'm not saying that Caribbeans aren't black, because they are. What the fuck? What I'm saying is our roots are totally different from theirs. Our history here in America is totally different from everybody else's history in America, including the Haitians who fought with the Confederacy, who fought against you. So yes, I'm saying our so-called story of enslaved or indentured servitude is not a Haitian story. It's not a Dominican. It's not a Caribbean island story. You guys got your own history dealing with the French and how you guys came about. Our struggle is a lot different. You guys perceive Afro-Americans from a different standpoint, and there's no need to sugarcoat it, because you can't play both sides like a lot of these Caribbean folk do. And I see Candace Owens playing the same card with the I'm Caribbean and getting the people. It's really just stupid, if you ask me. Everybody's saying black, but I'm realizing international black folk don't understand that we were classified as black. We're not really a color. Press one. We're not a color. And you guys can't come be an immigrant and loop yourselves with us under the guise of black. And that's why I call y'all the Pirates of the Caribbean. Because it's like you hijack our story of servitude by way of the federal government and the Red Cross, and then you go off and manipulate the story into various different things that has nothing to do with the original folk whose communities were totally destroyed. I mean, you guys come here and act like you know our history better than us when it's really a reconfirmation of the Rockefeller history we already know. Press one. So Candace Owens, in reality, there's no like real need for you in the black community, and I see why people are like, yeah, I don't even like this, bro. And it's true. And it's not that I don't like her. She's pretty cool or whatever the fuck. But her rhetoric that she spews is very dangerous to us waking up to any one of these political parties that's against us. We're not like some volleyball. They just keep bouncing back and forth. Whoever uses the best rhetoric. We're sincerely trying to come out of this slump that we've been in over the last 100 some odd years. Press one. And I think that it's important that we be true to ourselves and know who we are and not allow outsiders to sway us back to Africa or cling on to us as if our stories are their stories. A lot of these people will even say our people were sharecroppers. You know, goddamn sharecroppers. If your family is a sharecropper, where your reparations at? Why you ain't fighting for reparations? Because you didn't get your share. So we gonna get to a little historical fact with Candace Owens, if that's okay with y'all today. Yeah, because our story, a lot of them come and like Candace Owens say we and then black, and then she turned her Caribbean people against blacks. They're good for that. And they say, oh, we're Afro-American and we don't let these things stop us. Yes, you do. You suffer racism just like we do. The Afro-Latino suffers racism just like the Afro-American. So this whole persona and this whole fake roots of talking Ebonics, it's just false. A lot of these is just made up stories that these. That's why I call her Candace Kardashian. She acts just like a Kardashian. She talks like a Kardashian. She dresses like a fucking Kardashian. And to sit here and pretend like you're us and you're actually married to a sovereign false royal. Press one, who stole the crown, and their families have raped and pillaged Africa beyond recognition. Press one.
Shame.
It's one thing.
Shame.
It's one thing
Shame.
to date out your race. Okay, it's one thing to date out your race. Okay, but when you go straight for royalty, okay, the ones who raped and pillaged, press one, the world, okay, and where the Romanovs end up. Look at the Queen Elizabeth. This is one of her kids, Queen, what's it, the one that just croaked over and fell in the mud. Press one, the one right there, the wizard, the lizard. Her. I'm American. I don't give two fucks about them royals over there who stole the crown. So I don't care about her husband the way she do. And this is another thing. How you gonna go get the son? How you gonna go marry the sons and daughter of King Leopold? Press one. How you gonna go and then get the nerve to sit up here and act like you know some goddamn history? Do you know your family history? You not American no more. You the only married woman walking around with your last name. Your name is Farmer. Your name is Candace Farmer Royal Your Highness from Europe. That's your goddamn name. You know, damn American. Press one. Use a democracy selling ass, communistic pushing, under the radar corporate. Press one. Working your magic. And I was fooled. I thought you was really for Trump. See, you're not for Trump. You're not for Trump. No. I know the false ones when I see it. You for sale. That you ain't for Trump. You for sale. Press one. You will go with anybody. You will turn against your own people for $1. Press 1 for a greenback. You will go, and it's embarrassing. I know white folks sit up there and look at this one right here. This one ain't shit. How much does it cost to just betray my people? How much to make it seem like they fought? What you want me to say? I bet you her and her husband have pep rallies on what to tell your black ass. He wake up and got a whole whiteboard on what she gonna say to you today. Press 1. That's another thing. That's another thing. Press 1 when you married to a royal. Them some snobby motherfuckers. They don't care about us in South Central, Detroit, and they don't have no sympathy. Press 1. The royals, they don't have no sympathy. The lords of whatever, they really just Dutch people. They ain't got no respect for us over here in the Americas. And you over here talking about this is a place where you can pick yourself up, ain't no racism, and you're a nationalist. We'll get to it. I thought she was cool, but no, she ain't cool. They be stealing little PowerPoints, but for the corporation. See? They be stealing PowerPoint. How was her documentary? Press 1, shit. What'd I tell you? Shit. She spent the whole night doing what? Talking about her Caribbean family. You don't believe me? Press 1, you don't believe me? You don't believe me? Let's go to the video. Press 1, let's go to the video. Press 1, like we care about this. We don't even like people who dress like this. I'm gonna be real with you. Y'all uppity ass. Press 1. Now I want y'all to listen carefully to this one right here. She real slick with this little perm. Press 1, and I don't care what nobody say. This is Candace Kardashian here. Candace Kardashian, that's her name. She want to be a Kardashian so bad it's oozing. The limelight is oozing out of her. Press 1, the limelight is just, please, I want to be bigger than TMZ. Press 1. She wearing Kim Kardashian clothes, huh? Them Kim clothes. I told you. Ain't no way, boy. Press 1. Press 1.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Look in the chat room, somebody. she wearing Kim Kardashian clothes. Motherfucker can't get that out of his brain now. Everything she do, we own her. Press 1. I got some more proof, man. It's embarrassing. She trying to act like no black people dress like this. Kim, come on out of there. Come on out of that black body, girl. Quit playing. You can't fool us no more. It's over, girl. It's over. Press 1. It's over. Lord have mercy, Kim. What the hell is wrong with you? So let's go to the video. Let's listen to Candace Kardashian. That's one in her response to Mr. Gillespie in his crazy chat room, who proved, not just said, we proved she wasn't even, she got a green card, most likely.
I love it. I love it. It is exactly, as I said, what we were seeking to accomplish. Next question. Do you talk much about your Caribbean roots? We know about your grandfather being an amazing man working as a sharecropper. What about your island family?
Shame.
Jay.
Shame. Shame.
No, yeah, Jay wrote it. Yeah, some guy named Jay. Oh, let's go to the fucking weirdo ass woman. That's why you're dumb. Press 1, you're dumb. Hey, do you talk much about your Caribbean? Who writes shit like this? We know about your grandfather being an amazing man working as a as a sharecropper. You know our granddaddies wasn't no goddamn sharecropper. My granddaddy was in the church. Her time frames is all fucked. Your grandfather was a sharecropper, huh? Candace, your granddaddy, was a goddamn sharecropper. Hey, listen to this, Candace. Just look at the person sitting next to you and say,
Not like this. Not like this.
what's wrong with you? My granddaddy was amazing. Woo, what about your island family? Care to share? Do you visit them often? Press 1. Oh my goodness. Somebody said my granddaddy was in construction and shit. What the fuck did she Kim, come out of there, Kim. What's wrong with you?
Care to share? Do you visit them often? Actually, the last trip that my grandfather and I did when he was alive was last year, and the entire family went to St. Thomas. And we rented a house and got to spend that last time with him.
St. Thomas, the island?
I do talk a lot about my Caribbean roots. I guess I could talk more about it. I definitely spoke about it in my book because
Nobody buys the book.
my grandparents had such an amazing impact on my life.
She going in. You know she's supposed to be her movie premiere. Press what? She can't get this shit off her head. Watching my show is toxic.
My grandmother is from St. Thomas, and
So her granddaddy and her grandmother is both from St. Thomas, right there.
in fact, it's so funny that people are so stupid.
Oh. Why are they stupid?
That online, one of the themes against me is Candace isn't even Black American.
Shame. Shame.
This is so bad.
Shame.
She want to laugh. First one, Candace, you know better. Stop it. Why she get a little attitude? Where does nigga tree come from? Oh my goodness, she turned into Kim Kardashian with an attitude real quick. I like that one. One of the themes online, especially online, is Candace is not even
Against me is Candace isn't even Black American. She's from the Caribbean. It's like, no, I have one grandparent that is from the Caribbean.
okay. And where's the other one?
And then I have one grandparent that's from a sharecropping farm in the South.
Wait a minute. That's not what you just said. You said they was both in the Caribbean. Now, normally I would play this fucking video back, but my audience is pretty swift. You said they both from the Caribbean, but now, remembering back, who was a sharecropper from the South.
So it's just utterly stupid to suggest that I'm not Black American when I am American. I was born in this country.
Oh my goodness. You're not Black American, boy. You're not American. Lord have mercy. Yeah, we gotta do what part of the South, Candace? What part of the South was it? Where? A sharecropper. So while he's sharecropping, the other one is over there? Yeah. Why she blinking so? Because she telling fables. She more than likely telling fables while she worried about Kim Kardashian.
So it's just utterly stupid to suggest that I'm not Black American when I am American. I was born in this country. But yeah, I actually, and this is a fact, Caribbean Americans are a more successful group of people. So I think that it must be my Caribbean roots that compels me not to accept narratives that are given to me.
Shame.
What?
Shame. Shame.
Huh? You're out. We trading her right now. Press. Oh hell no. What?
by the media. I really do believe that there's something about Caribbeans that we're less inclined to believe a lot of the lies, and that's also true of true African Americans, not Black Americans.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Now, no, Mike and Charles, I don't want to hear nothing. Do you hear what I'm saying? Press 1 if you get my dilemma with these people. She Caribbean. She go way over to Africa. Not us. Not us. Not you. So there's a distinction. Press 1. There it is there. There is, she knows this. She knows this. There is, so why she playing and trying to pass the liberal thing down like some liberal? I'm not liberal. I'm conservative, and I'm calling you out. I'm calling you out. Press 1. Yeah, you're going, oh, true African Americans, not Black Americans. Now listen to that again. See, you can, all you have to do is listen to these people. Listen.
African Americans, not Black Americans, believe a lot of the lies, and that's also true of true African Americans, not Black Americans, but African Americans. When we have immigrants, they're an incredibly successful group. Caribbean Americans and true African Americans are successful when they come here.
Okay, so true African Americans and true, they are all Black. Do you see the difference? They are opposite of us. They are something else other than us and guise themselves as Black. Okay? The term Black, okay, is dead in law, in the law book. It's dead. Refugee, immigrant. They are immigrants. They are Black African Americans and Caribbean Black Americans. We are not Black. We ain't them. Nor are we of the federal government. We was here before them. We was here before all these people who came over by way of federal government who slaughtered who? Us. So who's riding around with names like Candace Owens, but she's really royalty from where? Or she may even be in blackface. Who the fuck knows? It's 2022. Who the fuck knows? So the Black umbrella is false. You being Black is not even real. This is what islanders, what do I call them? Pirates of the Caribbean must do. While you're Black, they got Candace Owens' name. They got Kevin name. They got English names. Michael and this one and that one. Meanwhile, in their homeland, they got a whole different name. She's married to somebody else. Let's listen to her.
And that is because maybe we just perceive this to be a land of opportunity and we don't allow these oppression narratives to work on us.
Oppression narratives to work on us. Have the Afro-American, the colonial American been oppressed in this nation since its fall? Oh, yes. What narrative, when it's truth? What narrative when it's truth?
I have a lot of Caribbean pride, and I also think Rihanna's a vibe.
Oh, I think Rihanna's a vibe. What else?
Just wanted to say that. I think Nicki Minaj is a vibe.
I think they're a vibe, yeah. I think that they destroyed hip hop. So you go against Cardi B, but you're for, wait a minute. Now, wait a minute.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
You attack Cardi B for her language, and her TikTok and this one, but you're for, shout out, but it's a vibe with Nicki Minaj and Rihanna. You attack Kim, totally go at Cardi B like Tasha K. But it's a vibe. Didn't I tell you? Shout out to The Journey of Sin. Playing both sides. Press 1. It's a vibe. Playing both sides. Hypocrite. That is hypocrisy at its finest. Right here, live on the show. Press 1. Feel free at any time to call in 424-209-9506. That is hypocrisy at its finest. Both sending out the same message, the black and white, the Kanye, the Candace. Press 1. We need to see Kim and Candace together. Hit that like button, subscribe, contribute to the program. My Cash App, my cash tag is right below me. Sign up is right below me. She trying to offend us purposely. Of course. This is her main thing. I had no idea. I come on the internet honestly telling you I'm voting for Trump because it is this, and this. I have no corporate backing, nobody behind me with a battery in my back. That's a regular decision saying he's better than them. He's better than them. So fine. Incredible. Incredible. Just the hypocrisy alone is dangerous. It's dangerous.
And just wanted to say that. Caribbean girls, unite.
Caribbean girls, unite. Press 1. She's one of these media junkies that can just pull things out the ass.
Next, can you please elaborate on why you do not use MAC products? What products of MAC did you use, and what did you think after months of me being so frustrated about the cystic acne? She said, "You're not using this, are you?" And I said,
Press 1. Who knows who this person is? I don't know. This is weird to me. That's weird to me. First, your parents being from, I don't even believe that story anymore. Your parents being from wherever. Just you're Caribbean. And you don't want to admit it. The truth is you're watching the show and the truth is oh shit, they found out I'm not really, I have to prove that my granddaddy is a sharecropping Caribbean that was a sharecropper in the South. You don't have to make these things up. It's okay. Max, stand the fuck up. She tripping, Max. What are you running from who you are? Because the truth is, to know our history, because she was sent to attach herself to us. That's why. In all urban conservatives awakening, and you don't not Democrats as well, just people awakening, and their plan is you got to vote this way, and a liberal thinks like this, and a Republican is a fine conservative, and it's this. No. You vote for what's better for you and with an outlook on a nation if we're voting for presidents and shit like that. But mainly it's for the state, your community. State representatives is great. What the Republicans are good at, and which I really hate, is that they talk about the Democratic policies that keep black people down in blackface. But they keep those people in power. They benefit from that. Then Donald Trump releases the red tape, gentrification going on every goddamn where. Because the people aren't prepared mentally. Then you throw Candace Owens out there and say, see, us foreign black American, African Americans do a lot better. Y'all get visas and shit. We We don't have the luxury. Every black American thing, we'll never make it to Harvard or none of these damn universities. Shit. Facts. You better have a plan when you come over here as an immigrant. You better have a plan. But our history is totally different from y'all's. Hell, if we wasn't so sleep, you wouldn't be here. If we wasn't so destroyed, you wouldn't have a leg up. You better think these niggas that they retarded. Because if they studied trades the way they battle rap, this world would be through with. If they was out here studying themselves and trade and doing what they love to do, honestly, besides rap music to turn a buck and take care of their families, it would be fucked up. They'll be voting correctly. They'll be like, who? We don't know them. Press one. We don't know them. We don't want 30 billion over there. We want this over here. Are we going to the legislative branch? Press one. They don't want a bunch of real informed conservative or progressives. I don't call you no damn liberal. I don't call you what you are. You're a progressive. That's all. Don't let these socialists, Marxists, Nazis play ping pong with your brain. They are all the same. Nazism and Bolshevikism with Marxism, communism by corporate descent is all destruction for you and your people. That's why you coming to a point. You know why God is exposing? Because you got to come to a point to say, what do you really want? God is leaving you no choice. He's exposing the Democrat and the Republican. We leaving no choice. You don't even want none of that shit. Like, what else is it? That's right. You don't know this, but there's other means that you can grasp on too. You don't have to be a Democrat or a Republican. None of that shit. You don't have to be neither one of them. You can form your own political party. You can form your own. You can take one that's already there. You can do away with political party and establish a monarchy. You can do whatever you want. You know why? Because you are the people. You got to come out the mindset of television of fear is something and liberal and progressive and nothing. No, you are you're a special person in America. That's the thing about it. And then this woman is insane. And it just now hit me. This woman insane. Now listen to this retarded shit when she debating Mr. Cornel West. Just listen to her.
Years after slavery, the black community was doing better. We were going up, up, up.
That was Candace Owens arguing.
Years after slavery, the black community was doing better. We were going up, up, up.
That was Candace Owens.
After slavery, this is why. Hold up, yo. We was going up, up, up. After slavery, we was going up, up, up. Press one, and then the Democrats. Press one. This is what her husband told her. Whoever her man is that led her to think that you was in after slavery, you was in the up, up, up. Huh? That's why you're not capable of understanding us. That's why we don't like you. We were never on no up, up, up after the damn federal government put us in internment camps by way of the Red Cross. See, I don't say slavery. Press one, I identify. Press one, I identify. I identify. Slavery, what? We ain't no damn slavery. We was taken captive, more like prisoners of war who can come outside and go to the movies. That's about it. Press one. And if you don't know our history, I do. I'm the one who know our cities across America was bombed with real airplanes and bombs. No, you don't know that because your husband was part of the families who did it. Press one.
Shame. Shame.
So you can never defend
Shame.
us. You against us by way of marriage. You an enemy because you the lords over there are the controllers of our estate. So you with that funny ass, stupid ass shoulder blade outfit you got on, press one Kim Kardashian clothes. You need to do some history about what happened to us and not just no damn Jim Crow. Let's get back to the video.
Owens arguing that, hey, it is socialism that has led to the terrible economic situation for people of color. And the debate that she had was with Cornel West, as you might have seen in that video.
Now, I don't like TYT. I watch sometime, especially when I'm, you know, sometimes things are just on, but I got to give them something because corporate communism is how we got here. But they make some excellent points. Now listen.
Video, Laura Ingraham hosted this debate segment, and Candace Owens said a lot of really dumb things throughout. Let's take a look.
Come on.
That's not
100
socialist.
years after slavery, the black community was doing better. We were going up, up, up. Then suddenly they socialized our community.
We were going up, up, up. I'll never forget that.
Via welfare policies, and the black community started going down, down, down.
We was going up, 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 up. Then after that, they implemented welfare, so we went down, 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 down. That's how you turn it in your historical report right here at KevRow University. That's what happened, Candace, Owens. This whole time you've been in my class, that's what you come up with. After slavery, we was going up, 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 and then they gave us food stamps, and we went down, down, down.
And you're sitting here supporting a candidate that is advocating.
Cornel West like, no. Look at his face. Sometimes you say, when you got so much wisdom and you hear something, it's just like, is this a child? It's like one of your children said some crazy shit.
For making that on a larger scale. He's saying we're not just going to do it to the black community, we're going to do it to every community in America. You know his policies do not work. You know that socialism has led to more deaths than anything else in the last 100 years.
And that is true. You see, she plays both sides, but that is true. Why? Because over there in Russia, but you already know what I told you all about the history here and how communism, not Nazism, this communistic manifesto, Margaret Sanger and these people. You feel me? All these German, Russian folk was doing this to you and caused over 100 million, 200 million deaths. They'll say Russian deaths. They'll say this and that and this and that and this and that. I'm saying Negro, Afro-colonial Americans.
So the talking point,
Insanity.
I know. So the
He said this is insanity.
talking
Watch
point
this.
that Candace Owens has been pushing, she's no longer with Turning Point USA. But when
Now, do your research. Turning Point USA.
she was at Turning Point USA, she was paid to say that it is not systemic racism that leads to, the disparity in wealth and income between, white individuals and black individuals in America. It's because of socialist policies. It's
Bingo. And it's all the same. It's all the same. But she actually worked for a firm that gave her the talking points that she uses now on you. Do you get what I'm saying? Water world, it ain't about who you can stand. It ain't about that. If we was operating out of your feelings, I wouldn't be this far. So go on over there and have a seat. Thank you. It's not about who you can stand and who you can't stand. It's about what's being said. If you get out your feelings, you will hear who she just said Candace worked for. You get what I'm saying? So my class don't operate on who you hate or what your feelings are. And y'all not supporters enough for me to give a fuck about y'all feelings like that. Press 1. So jeez. Y'all don't contribute your brain. You ain't turning it into work. It's for me to even give a fuck. Press 1. So to be honest, pay attention. That's what's real, paying attention.
Individuals and black individuals in America, it's because of socialist policies. It's because of welfare
listen to her. Listen to her. What is the first thing I said? I disliked them. I disliked the show. But I got to give it to them on these facts right here.
Welfare that because of socialist individuals and black individuals, white individuals and black individuals in America, it's because of socialist policies. It's because of wealth.
Yeah, and that'll fuck me up.
In wealth and income between that it is not systemic racism that leads to, the disparity in wealth and income between, white individuals and black individuals in America. It's because of socialist policies. It's because of welfare that the black community is being held down. Now, first of all, that makes no sense. We know, and we're gonna debunk that in just a second. But think about who funds Turning Point USA.
Now, who funds Turning Point USA?
They're the very corporate donors that corrupt our politicians to push for deregulation, to push for tax cuts. So, look, they're very savvy. It is a multi-pronged approach. It doesn't just stop at corrupting politicians. They attempt to corrupt education. They attempt to, corrupt young minds, which is what's happening with Turning Point USA. And it's terrible and it's disgusting because systemic racism is an issue. We've given you multiple examples of that throughout the years, and just hearing her try to talk about history is hilarious.
Press 1. It's almost disgusting hearing Candace Owens talk about history.
Especially considering what she had to say about white nationalism in the past.
When you think about, whenever we say nationalism, the first thing people think about, at least in America, is Hitler. He was a National Socialist, but if Hitler just wanted to make Germany great and have things run well, okay, fine. The problem is that he had dreams outside of Germany. He wanted to globalize. He wanted everybody to be German. And thinking about how it could go bad down the line, I don't really have an issue with nationalism. I really don't.
She don't have a problem with nationalism. So I don't even think she realizing she's a robot or something. And her brain is in hypocrisy mode.
What they won't tell you about the statistics and the rise of white nationalism is that they've simply changed the data set points by widening the definition of hate crimes and upping the number of reporting agencies that are able to report on them. Black conservatives, when they have the audacity to think for themselves and become educated about our history and the myth of things like the Southern Switch and the Southern Strategy, which never happened.
The Southern Strategy did happen, and the Southern Switch did happen. Our identities was switched.
Shame. Shame.
That's why.
Shame.
That's why they dangerous. That's why. When you know your history, you will see just how dangerous that mindset is right there. It never happened. Ain't ever took nothing from y'all. The Dolls Roll ain't real. Walter Plecker didn't paper genocide y'all. Manifest Destiny not real. No, I'm black. You gotta take advantage of opportunity. If that ain't blackface, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. That's dangerous.
On them, Black conservatives, when they have the audacity to think for themselves and become educated about our history and the myth of things like the Southern Switch and the Southern Strategy, which never happened.
Yeah, okay. So, look, people like Candace Owens lead pathetic lives because they're paid to sell their own identity out.
Oh, my goodness. It's not even her identity, my Russian friend. but close enough.
And so that's just the reality of it, because none of the things that she says is true. And so I guess they get paid handsomely. I don't know how they sleep at night. So let's begin to correct the things that she said. First of all, she, on 2 different occasions there, supported white nationalism, which has murdered black people in this country for hundreds of years.
Facts. Facts. Press 1. Facts. No matter how you like them, that's true, G. Doesn't matter. When you got a media group, you got to come with that right there. You got the opinion, then you come with what you got. That's facts, G. You may not like them. You may be in your feelings. That's a fact. Press 1. So y'all can say what y'all want, but to be honest, if y'all ain't call it in, that nigga Kev really don't care. Cause hold up, caller. Cause we got too much knowledge and wisdom on this. Too much invested in this. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air? What up? Oh, they hung up. Oh, okay. Her history, not ours. Listen.
It was white supremacy, the idea of that drove slavery, Jim Crow, the Klan, etc. Now you have a African-American woman paid to defend white nationalism.
She's not African-American. She's Caribbean-American. And she's an immigrant. Y'all quit trying to tie these people, but you see the trick. You got me? Once you see the trick, you be able to combat the lie on both sides. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University on the air. What up?
Alicia.
What's up?
So, I just see Candace as a long line. I know you cover Marcus Garvey, and even before that,
yeah.
A long line of Caribbean and African people who have become what I understood before I started watching you as a dominant minority. In their own countries, they have Indians and Chinese people as dominant minorities.
Yes.
And their country has been dominated economically by the West.
Yes.
These people went into their countries and they become the wealthy people in their countries along with a small percentage of their own population. They have poverty in their country that they do not speak of. And that's every country, including India. So when you see people who are here, I think Jamaica and the Caribbean is maybe, I don't have the statistics, but I think it's about 5% or something of the population emigrates with an education, with a college education. Yes, they're better educated than we are, but they are in black countries. They were never redlined.
Who better educated?
In their country. Better educated as far as having access to elementary school, but not better educated in the sense that, I'm speaking of us being redlined, us having separate, segregated schools.
Yeah, but I mean, separate schools, I mean, the same program is in the schools, though.
Same program is in the schools to a degree, depending on where you are. I think being from New York, that's something else. Like in the South, yes. When I would go down south, we had black teachers and the black teachers were very good. But when you have, say, in low-income families in urban areas, education is something else, And I think that's what they latch on to. That's what somebody like Candace latches on to. They don't talk about the black middle class, and when they do, it's how disconnected they are. And at the same time, they're plugged in.
Right.
Candace is totally plugged in.
Right.
In her own country, and I have family who has property in Jamaica. They're not Jamaican, but they brought property to rent. And you can see how they allow foreigners to come in their country, how they allow foreigners to take advantage, how the IMF controls what they produce. So they don't have control of their own country. But when they come here, they do the same things that Indian and Chinese people do in their country. They become the dominant minority. They become the people who move in as a minority and work under the radar and become part of the wealthy if they can. But if not, they reap the benefits.
But I don't want. This is not like a us versus them thing. This is more like a Candace, the misconceptions of Candace in our American history. Could you talk more about that and her ignorance of it?
Well, she's missing it. This is the rationale that people get when they come here. You have to understand, when people come here, you don't get on a plane and come here and stay here without a visa. In a lot of cases, they're coming for education, or they're coming through a work program or a work visa. Okay, and this is why I talk about the small minority or the class of people that come from black countries, because it's not the majority. But Candace is talking about her experience. She has two narratives. She has one narrative is the one that she speaks to white people, which is a rationale about that both differentiates her from black Americans and says, but I'm black too. So that's what allows her to operate.
That doesn't make sense. I'm black too, because she just said she's Caribbean American.
Right. But she can have that conversation with white people because they prefer to hear that conversation. If I talk about my history and my grandmother, white people shut down. They don't want to hear anything about history because
they're directly tied with that pain.
Exactly.
That's right.
That's the thing.
And with her, I got you. It's easier for them to embrace foreign blacks and their stories because they're not tied to that directly.
Right. And their relationship is different. Anybody from the Caribbean, the countries are largely tourist environments, and white people they feel comfortable with that. I can go to her country and be a tourist, and they greet me, and we're welcoming, and we don't have a history together. All we have are good times. And at the same time, her family either was wealthy because there was really no middle class, or they were service people. They serviced tourists or wealthy people. There is no history. And Candace will never know how dynamic our history and relationship with white people are.
Or maybe she does know and openly blocks any of that because it hurts her husband's feelings or their family feelings, and they spend so much time saying they should get over it, and they spend so much time saying, well, we're so much different than them because we're not indoctrinated with that stigma or the propaganda of the left, and then they play them with political semantics. It's like, whose side are you guys on?
Well, you know what? It's not even a side. Caribbean, because my grandmother and great-grandmother bought in a middle-class neighborhood. Most of the people who first got there were from Harlem, and they were from the South.
Yes.
Later, West Indians joined, and they became almost the majority of the population. You associate to a degree. Your children don't associate with their children. They live separate lives in a separate culture in their home. They maintain what they eat. They live separately. So to me, and I've had friends growing up who were either from the Caribbean or Africa, okay? Only when I went to school, okay? Only when I went to college.
Okay, but what about but I don't want to dive too far off of my subject and what I'm talking about of her on talking like she really is a political tool of a specific of a specific corporate entity.
She is a tool. Because, and this is why I'm saying about education. In education, she, just the same way that whites see her as a simpler relationship.
No. I understand that. I'm talking about what I got on the screen right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is her being separate allows her to make a career out of this.
Or maybe she's a sent person.
Unless she's a what person?
A corporate. A part of
She
it.
is a corporate person.
Not that she, that she make, yes, she can make a career, but I mean, it's much bigger than some YouTube money.
Well, an immigrant isn't a corporate person. An immigrant doesn't have. An immigrant is thinking about their opportunities. They're thinking about their job. They don't necessarily. As much as immigrants will say, I'm American, they don't leave their own country and their own culture behind.
No, they love their people. They can go home anytime and can make that. Yeah.
Yes, and they're here to make their money. And that's not to be cruel. That is a fact. They are here, and they stay for opportunity.
Okay, but not all. I mean, I would too. I would stay for opportunity. That's not the issue. The issue is what I'm talking about on the screen. Let me get to the next caller. Thank you, Queen. I gotta go. I'm getting to the next call. Jeez, I'm talking about this right here. Talk about these facts. Take some. Not that she, that she make, yes, she can make a career, but I mean, it's much bigger than some YouTube money.
Well, an immigrant isn't a corporate person. An immigrant doesn't have. An immigrant is thinking about their opportunities. They're thinking about their job. They don't necessarily. As much as immigrants will say, I'm American, they don't leave their own country and their own culture behind.
No, they love their people. They can go home anytime and can make that. Yeah.
Yes, and they're here to make their money. And that's not to be cruel. That is a fact. They are here, and they stay for opportunity.
Okay, but not all. I mean, I would too. I would stay for opportunity. That's not the issue. The issue is what I'm talking about on the screen. Let me get to the next caller. Thank you, Queen. I gotta go. I'm getting to the next call. Jeez, I'm talking about this right here. Talk about these.
Well, you know what? It's not even a side. Caribbean, because my grandmother and great-grandmother bought in a middle-class neighborhood. Most of the people who first got there were from Harlem, and they were from the South.
Yes.
Later, West Indians joined, and they became almost the majority of the population. You associate to a degree. Your children don't associate with their children. They live separate lives in a separate culture in their home. They maintain what they eat. They live separately. So to me, and I've had friends growing up who were either from the Caribbean or Africa, okay? Only when I went to school, okay? Only when I went to college.
Okay, but what about, but I don't want to dive too far off of my subject and what I'm talking about of her on talking like she really is a political tool of a specific corporate entity.
She is a tool. Because, and this is why I'm saying about education. In education, she, just the same way that whites see her as a simpler relationship.
No. I understand that. I'm talking about what I got on the screen right now.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is her being separate allows her to make a career out of this.
Or maybe she's a sent person.
Unless she's a what person?
A corporate. A part of it. Not that she, that she make, yes, she can make a career, but I mean, it's much bigger than some YouTube money. Well,
an immigrant isn't a corporate person. An immigrant doesn't have. an immigrant is thinking about their opportunities. They're thinking about their job. They don't necessarily, as much as immigrants will say, I'm American, they don't leave their own country and their own culture behind.
No, they love their people. They can go home anytime and can make that. Yeah.
Yes, and they're here to make their money. And that's not to be cruel. That is a fact. They are here, and they stay for opportunities.
Okay, but not all. I mean, I would too. I would stay for opportunity. That's not the issue. The issue is what I'm talking about on the screen. Let me get to the next caller. Thank you, Queen. I gotta go. I'm getting to the next call. Jeez. I'm talking about this right here. Talk about these facts. Take some notes and talk about that. I want to hear about no personal stories about you and Caribbeans and they and what we understand. Stay on course.
Etc. Now you have a African-American woman paid to defend white nationalists.
You hear what he's talking about? You got an African-American woman paid to protect a white nationalism. This shit right here.
That is disgusting. Okay, and then in the earlier clip, she talked about, African Americans were doing fine for 100 years after slavery until welfare came to help them. Really, they were doing fine? How about the lynchings?
Right? How about the lynchings? How about the lynchings? Press 1. How about the lynchings? Stay on course. Talk about how dangerous this rhetoric is. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
What's up, Kev? This is Sam from Detroit.
Sam in the building. What up?
What's going on? Hey, I was up earlier. I saw your title before you got on the air. So I went and did the research and looked up, on YouTube, a bad thing. It's a bad tool. It's going to show you. So when I pulled up Candace Owens talking, it was just a specific clip that fit right into what you were saying about her yesterday. How she was saying, how she's not from here, but she came here and all that. She denounced. She said, I don't care about the American Negro history. It's all about my Caribbean history.
No, she
and
didn't.
The African. And the African history.
I heard that. She didn't say she didn't care. She made the same reference of how we Americans come at her when she talks about how great the Africans and the Caribbeans come over here and make more money and more success.
And make more money than us, yeah.
But on some real shit, they really don't. But okay, whatever.
No,
whatever.
And then I was wondering, then I got to thinking. I said, how did she get into this political position so fast? And seeing that, basically she was basically sent here to do exactly what she's doing, to play both sides. That's why they got her playing as Ingram Kelly, the white lady that you had on the screen the other day. She's playing both sides of the field to talk to the people, but then also to talk to us and make us think, we need to do this, like a crypto bank. That's from the Caribbean. That's not from over here. So all the money she was getting, she's sending it back over there to them. But then her company that she was working for, the media company, they was also for over in foreign countries. They weren't for America.
So she
right?
working for foreign entities. This whole corporate entity,
the
banking system is foreign as well, right?
It's foreign as well, bro. So I just like, dang. So, I just was sitting back. And I said, let me do my little research and look at this interview with her. And I'm telling you, it popped right up. I said, wow. She must have been watching your show.
Oh, well, she loves the roast. She loves Kev Gills. You know that. Coffee Thanks,
Kev.
Thank you for the call.
Yo, I'll let you.
My man. Let's go to the video.
How about the Klan? How about the bombings of the churches where little girls were massacred?
Now let's talk about the bombings of the churches in the early 1900s. Oh, that was so after slavery. Press 1. Oh, that was so after when we were on the up and up. Remember? Oh, no socialists then. No food stamps then, Candace. And then we was on the down and down. Press 1, down. You black folk, Aziz Abe, you need to research your own stuff. That's what you need to do. Research. You need to go back to Morocco, Mr. Bay. You ain't made a home trip yet. You ain't went back to Africa not one time, Mr. Bay, telling us what we better do. You better worry about what you better do. What you better do. We know about the corporate citizen. That shit only amuse y'all when y'all enter the earth. When y'all turn 18 and y'all start watching YouTube videos on corporate and federal citizen and straw man and UCCs. Listen, bro, we've been on earth a lot longer than that, G. Okay, Moroccan, my Moroccan buddy, press 1. I'm about to call the Pope. Press 1. We gonna call the Pope on that nigga. Press 1. Tell him we got a renegade over here trying to persuade us to become Morockish. Mr. Bay, stop typing and call it in.
You think they were doing fine? How about when they didn't allow African Americans to vote, even though they had the right to vote?
They could never not allow us to vote. We were always allowed to vote. Huh? They were playing civil politics.
That's what the 1964 Civil Rights Act and Voting Rights Act were all about. That's so the horrible years where they're being oppressed against the law and against the Constitution, you call the good years. Mm-hmm. And then when someone actually tries to help the African American community, you say, oh, that's when things started to go down, down, down. I mean, it's so perverse. And by the way,
she didn't even mention Jim Crow laws, right?
Of course.
Yeah, she didn't mention any of the stuff that actually matters.
Yeah, this is like 20, 30 years ago.
I don't know.
40, 50 years ago.
She's just pathetically stupid. And doesn't know any history at all. Or she knows the history of how brutal white nationalism and supremacy has been African Americans and thinks, I don't care at all. Where's my money? Oh, the only color I see is green. You want me to sell out black people and lie over and over and over again about how wonderful white people were to us as they were lynching us in the South? Great. Where's my check? I'm in, right? None of it is backed by facts. I mean, listen to what she said about the Nazis. She said it would have been fine if they just stayed in Germany. Really? If they just murdered all the Jews and the Poles and the minorities and the LGBT community and the Roma and all those people inside Germany, that would have been fine? That would have been fine. Do you know what Hitler did to African American athletes? Of course you don't, because you're a moron.
Of course you don't, because you're a moron. That's why. Press 1. Lord have mercy. I thought I went hard on people. Jeez Louise.
That doesn't know a goddamn thing, okay? And so now she says, oh, well, look, if they just made the trains run on time inside Germany, everything would have been hunky-dory. It's just absolutely grotesque.
And look,
I'm going to steal those words, grotesque. Press grotesque.
Part of the conversation or the debate was about socialism and how destructive it is. So she attempted to fearmonger about...
Oh, my goodness. Another day. Another day. It never fails. Poor Candace Owens. Poor Candace Owens. Press 1. Candace Owens gonna spend the rest of her life fighting for white people and white supremacy and how and it just I didn't know she fought so hard for them. Jeez Louise. But I didn't know. I didn't know who her husband was, so somebody called yesterday. I didn't know. I just assumed she was Afro-American. Lord have mercy. She got all this makeup on. Look at her. She got her shoulders out. Look, press 1. I ain't never seen her with this much makeup on. Lord have mercy. Them shoulders out. Something ain't right. That's a lot of makeup in that body. Yeah, that's all. I can't. The black people, we look like normal black people, like regular people. You know, we ain't got too much, bro. We ain't gotta like squint like, is that person really? But anyway, that makes me think a lot. I don't want to be thinking about this dumb shit. But I didn't get a chance to see her husband. Press 1, and they said her husband was a lord, something from Europe, and he was. And I said, oh shit, his name was George Farmer, press 1. So I thought, why not bring him on the show today? Press 1. I thought, why not bring him on the show and get a sense of how they relate to each other? Because I don't think they're in a real relationship. I'm just gossipy right now, but I'm just saying. Dude, what's up with that retarded laugh? I'm sorry if my laugh is retarded. Thank you, Brittany. That's just what it is, champion. I can't help it. That's how I was born. So anyway.
And so it goes. And yet the people that I know in my...
They'll be fine. Yeah. We've got the sturdy wall to protect us.
All right, the Candace Owens Show, London.
Well, we're good whenever you guys are ready.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Okay, guys, we are rolling into another episode of the Candace Owens Show, and this one is a wedding special. No, I'm not talking about William and Kate or Harry and Meghan. I'm talking about me. I am getting married this weekend, so we decided that we were going to make this a wedding special and introduce you guys to my fiance, future husband, George Farmer. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
Hi, babe.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Lord have mercy. He don't even believe this is a hey, hey, babe. Where the fuck is this guy lips at? Press button. Where the fuck is his lips? How do he drink hot coffee? Press 1. How he prevent the grease from burning his tongue and getting all in? And press 1. Press 1. How I bet you he was from afar. I mean, if y'all was both in the coffee shop, did he lick his lip? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, girl? What'd he do? Like, what the fuck did he do? You know what I'm saying? Hey, babe. Oh my goodness, Candace, I didn't know this. I don't want you no more.
Married this weekend, so we decided that we were going to make this a wedding special and introduce you guys to my fiance, future husband, George Farmer. Welcome to the Candace Owens Show.
Hi, babe.
Can we talk about how nervous I was to do this episode? It's so weird.
You were pretty nervous. Yeah,
I freaked out for about 2 months saying we couldn't do the episode because I just didn't know what to talk to you about.
You were going to freeze every time we spoke.
Yeah, I know.
believe this was...
Yeah, I know.
That was the face.
I know, I was freaking out about it, but then I figured it would be easy because I could just post something on Instagram and ask for what they wanted to ask us, and we would just go through it. Yep. So we'll start with the number one question that we were asked about our relationship, which was, how did you guys meet? And it is a very, very interesting story.
Well, so...
All right. Let's see how they met.
I mean, you know the story,
yeah,
so
I
I'll
do.
tell it from my side.
Okay.
So you came to do an event in London in December, and that was to launch Turning Point UK with Charlie. And the first time we actually met was at the RAC Club, Royal Automobile Club in London on Pall Mall. And you were giving a speech, and I think from that moment onwards, the connection was made. And then the next night, we had this highly convoluted dinner, which we talked about before, where basically you thought somebody else was hosting it, and I thought I was hosting it, and then eventually you turned up 3 hours late. I would like to make that point now.
I showed up 3 hours late to a dinner where I was supposed to be seated next to him because I had no idea the dinner was going on until about 2 hours into the dinner.
Correct. Yeah. And it wasn't just me there. So for reference, it was like a whole host of people who were all waiting to have dinner with you.
Right.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
This is too scripted, you guys. If you believe this is scripted, improv, let me know. Press 1. If you believe this is scripted, on the spot improv relationship, press 1. And they suck. This is terrible. Look. I always wanted to know how they meet. I was just asking this yesterday. Totally scripted scenario.
And then after that, we went back and forth to America. Well, I came to America to come to the Student Action Summit.
Huh? Wait, then we came back and forth to America. Press 1, then we came back and forth to America.
At the end of last year, and then came back to the UK, and then by mid-January, we were engaged.
Right. So just to give everybody context, we got engaged after 2.5 weeks, maybe?
Shame. Shame. Shame.
So, Candace, what? Come on now. 2.5 weeks. Oh, no, G.
I think it was about that time, yeah.
Right.
That's right, yeah.
I think it was about that. I think it was about that time. What time? She didn't say what time it was. She said around 2.5 weeks. She didn't say a date or nothing. She gave a specific. Y'all retarded. It's not no damn arranged nothing. Oh, it could have been arranged. Arranged marriage. Oh, shit. Press 1.
Right, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, whirlwind romance, I believe. Is the
I know, and
expression.
it was really strange because it was so not my character.
What you gave it up?
For me to ever think that I would be a person that said I got engaged after 2.5 weeks. And it sort of begs the question, and something that Ali Stuckey and I talk about, because, I mean, she's now pregnant, about to give birth, or probably already has given birth by the time this episode airs.
Yeah, probably.
And she actually met her fiance really quickly, and they got married. And one of the things that we always talk about is we kind of live in this culture now where people think that there's this like system, right? You need to meet somebody, you date that person for a length of time, 3 years, 5 years, then you need to get engaged, and so it goes. And yet the people that I know in my life where the relationships have lasted the longest, always a very quick engagement. My grandparents were a very, very fast engagement. I know another couple that's 25 years. They dated and were married within 6 months. I think your parents are within...
Then my parents were within 14 months. Yeah, and I mean, you're completely right. I mean, the people...
14 months. Listen, y'all said 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
There was a person I sat down with. I mean, telling the story to everyone is always quite interesting because you get a whole range of reactions. And I mean, we both know that there was some quite entertaining reactions at the beginning. People would be like, "This is ridiculous," and "You're never going to work," and all this kind of stuff. And then there was also the reaction where I sat down with a friend of a friend, and I told him the story. And by the end of the story, he burst into tears because he said, "I've never heard something like that before, apart from my grandparents who were married for 58 years." And only, separate. Well, they didn't separate. His grandfather died, and so it's one of those things where I think our culture today encourages these kind of long romances, which don't necessarily lead anywhere. Let's put it like that. Right. And actually, sometimes, I mean, when you know, everyone said, when you know, and so as a result, it was kind of when I met you, I knew, and that was it. And so it was just the case. And I love our story. I think it's an incredible story. I mean, like.
He didn't say, "I love you, baby." What?
How many people can say that?
I know, not many people can say that. And most people are overthinking it. I know girls that are in these sort of tragedy of relationships.
She just destroys other people to validate herself so much. So much.
Years, 10 plus years, break up galore 17,000 times, and they finally, get the ring, and that's supposed to be a celebration. Great, if it's what you want. Mine just happened in a different way, and I never thought it would happen to me to say, when you know, you know. But I definitely knew. And so...
Oh, Jeez Louise.
The other question, obviously, that people are asking is how did he propose, which is kind of an even crazier story.
So yeah, there's actually two proposal stories.
Right.
I think that's fair to say.
Right. I guess
So
the one without the ring.
The one without the ring and then the one with the ring.
Right.
So the one without the ring was when I was on a plane and I FaceTimed you and I said, hey, I've got this, after however many weeks it was, like 2.5 weeks.
2.5 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I...
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Blah. Blah. Press one. What's wrong with these people? Somebody said time immemorial. Them motherfuckers, the time immemorial weeks over here. An agreed upon lie made up in history some goddamn well. All you need is two people. That's one. Where you come from? Pluto? What about you? Same place? You want to federalize that? We two Plutonians. Press one. Where do you come from? Pluto. Fucking lift your hand up. I swear to be citizen of America. Press one. Two Plutonian. I'm Plutonian American. Press one. Unfucking believable. Tragedy. And straight tragedy. He just make it up. I think that's what makes it like Candace. That's the effect God wants you to see with me. Press one. Candace. Not you too. I mean, I thought Kev was talking shit, but damn. That's
And I said, hey, I've got this crazy question for you. I don't know how you feel about this, but I mean, this is such a 21st century, by the way, engagement.
21st century engagement. Hey, what's up? I got this crazy idea. What's that one? What do you feel about this? Nigga, why didn't your rich ass just go order somebody to get the ring real quick to propose and wait? Why? What do you think about this? 3 weeks. 3 weeks. Busted lying. Just busted.
Such a 2019 engagement.
FaceTime.
FaceTime, right? FaceTime on a BA flight. And I said, I don't really know how you feel about this. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, and will you marry me? And I think you were so stunned by this, like, what? That you just said yes without even, like, considering the answer.
I remember just holding my phone and I, like, pulled my car over.
Yeah, you were in your car.
I was in Florida.
I vividly remember where you were. You were just, like, staring. And I...
Okay, wait. Am I tripping? But I could have sworn she was on the plane. Because I'm into the story. I thought she was on the flight. On the phone, on the flight. All the way up until she said, but then I pulled over. This is insane.
And you said yes, and I was just like, wow, that was surprisingly easy.
Right, and what you said particularly was, I want to ask you something in case this plane goes down. Like,
oh, he was on the plane?
I mean, just
sorry,
to add a little
that's the
drama.
best line. Sorry, I forgot the best line. The
Yeah.
best line was, yeah, in case this plane crashes.
I could have sworn. I'm gonna go back. I could have sworn she was on the plane on her way back. But this is stupid.
And I then went on like a flight where there was no Wi-Fi, so
And then I'm
Candace
thinking,
then
of course,
freaking out for the next how many hours.
like, now what if the plane actually crashes?
Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute, but y'all on FaceTime. What do you mean no Wi-Fi? No, bruh. Wait. Ain't no need to go back because they just make. Because I know I'm not retarded. I ain't, bro. This is like the Matrix. Candace Owens is like the Matrix. Because I'm into the story. I thought she was on the flight. On the phone, on the flight. All the way up until she said, but then I pulled over. This is insane.
And you said yes, and I was just like, wow, that was surprisingly easy.
Right, and what you said particularly was, I want to ask you something in case this plane goes down. Like,
oh, he was on the plane?
I mean, just
sorry,
to add a little
that's the
drama.
best line. Sorry, I forgot the best line. The
yeah.
best line was, in case this plane crashes.
I could have sworn. I'm gonna go back. I could have sworn she was on the plane on her way back. But this is stupid.
And I then went on like a flight where there was no Wi-Fi, so
And then I'm
Candace
thinking,
then
of course,
freaking out for the next how many hours.
like, now what if the plane actually crashes?
Yeah, I know.
Wait a minute, but y'all on FaceTime. What do you mean no Wi-Fi? No, bruh. Wait. Ain't no need to go back because they just make. Because I know I'm not retarded. I ain't, bro. This is like the Matrix. Candace Owens is like the Matrix. You saw a glitch.
But obviously you did not give me a ring then because you were headed to South Africa for about 10 days on holiday.
Correct.
And then when he actually gave me the ring, which
Why you know everything he did? He didn't even say I was on my way to or for this.
he did get down on one knee. It was a couple of weeks later.
Well, that was actually on the 14th of February, just to be really cliche.
Yeah, just to be super cliche.
And that was at a restaurant in Philadelphia where you were living at the time. And we went for a Valentine's evening date, as you do. I mean, it was that restaurant, I will never forget that. That was hilarious. We walked in there and every single table was couples. I mean, there was not a single table in that restaurant which was not a couple.
Typical Valentine's Day.
Of course. And then what happened, halfway through, I mean, as a guy, by the way, I mean, I will say that it's quite an interesting dynamic when you're about to get down on one knee. I mean, I've obviously only done it once, and so it was quite an experience, I'd say. You get incredibly nervous. You then have to think about the logistics of getting down on one knee, such as like how close is the table beside you? Are you going to crash into the table beside you to get down on one knee? Which side do you go on to get down on one knee? First of all, this is all the questions you have to ask. Not only that, but I don't know whether you remember this, but it was bring your own bottle, right, to the restaurant, right? And we had the 2 bottles of wine that we were going to drink at dinner on the right. And
bring your own bottle on Valentine's Day, the day they make the most money.
The right side was much more kind of accessible to get down. So I had to kind of shift them with my feet sort of under the table across to the other side, right? So that I could clear enough space. And then I kind of
It's a local pub, buddy. We're talking America here.
did my chair over. And then eventually, and then I got very nervous. And then you thought I was laughing at you because I started laughing.
We done busted them in like 10 lies already. Ain't no way you FaceTime and no Wi-Fi on a plane.
Started laughing.
I started laughing, and then I was
broke out in laughter.
And then you were like, "Do you have something on my face? Like, what's wrong?"
Yeah,
like,
I was looking for the inside joke. Like I was looking around.
You were like, "Is there something above me on my head?" and all this kind of stuff. And then I kind of like awkwardly crashed onto one knee.
Did.
Yeah, and then I was just, and then opened up the box and said, "Candace Amber Owens, will you marry me?"
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Candace who? What did he say?
And then opened up the box and said, "Candace Amber Owens, will you marry me?"
Candace. Who? Amber Rose. Hold up. Hold up. I'm tripping. My dumb ass said Amber Rose.
Face, like, what's wrong?
Yeah,
Like,
I was looking for the inside joke. Like I was looking around.
You were like, "Is there something above me on my head?" and all this kind of stuff. And then I kind of like awkwardly crashed onto one knee.
Did.
Yeah, and then I was just, and then opened up the box and said, "Candace Amber Owens, will you marry me?" And at which point you froze.
Candace Amber Owens.
And then the ripple effect, again, something that you're only probably going to experience once in your life is, well, certainly for me, only once in my life, the ripple effect of asking that question around the restaurant was incredible.
I know.
It was unbelievable.
It's like winning, like we won the Super Bowl.
It was like winning a Super Bowl. It was like
Yeah.
a bomb had gone off. I don't know what it was. It was just like all these other couples exploded.
Yeah, they exploded.
Yeah, they just exploded.
Right.
The two couples on either side went mad, and then as soon as they found out, then the other couples found out, and then before we knew it, half the restaurant, and everyone was cheering and hollering, and it was incredible.
They instantly become your best friends.
Yeah, I know.
It was awesome.
Yeah,
it was really awesome.
And then everyone comes up to us and is like, "Oh, congratulations!"
The girls were like, "Let me see the ring." Hint to the boyfriends
Yes,
that they're
exactly.
with at the restaurant.
I think we made the point that everyone else's dinner had probably been ruined. The guy's dinner had probably been ruined because of the fact that I had proposed and
Yeah,
there was no
suddenly the conversations got a lot more serious
Yes,
around
exactly.
us,
They were
right?
just like,
What are we doing?
Yes, exactly.
It's been 4 years.
It's been 4 years. These
Yeah.
guys have just met.
Right. That's so true. So another question, if you want to know, is what did you do? Where did you come from? And I guess what were you? How did you get into politics? You were there that night because Charlie Kirk and I were on stage having a conversation, ranting against sort of the spread of socialism and Marxism. So what is your story? Where are you from?
Well, I was born in London. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up here. I grew up in London, and I went to school I basically spent, up until I was 18, I spent my entire life in London. And then I went to university. I went to University of Oxford, and I graduated Oxford in 2011.
What did you major in? When we say major, you guys just say, what did you study?
What did you study? I studied theology, religious studies, basically. And I specialized in the ancient church and did
Orthodox. Oh my goodness. Mr. Gillespie.
did classical Hebrew and
No, it's not classical Hebrew. It's Orthodox Russian. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Jeez. He's a Jew. A Jew Catholic. Orthodox Christian. Russian. Oh.
studied.
He's a Romanov. He's what we talk about here.
variety of different things. I mean, in the UK, the university system, just as a side point, is quite different.
Oh, I'm sorry. Could you imagine Candace coming to my class learning shit? Press one. She got to come out. She come to my class, and her husband can't challenge me on nothing. He has to sit there like, I mean, he's right. I mean, he's off here, but he's right there, and he's right. Damn.
You guys, I believe, spend 2 years sort of doing lots of different things, and then you major for the last 2 years. I think
Right,
that's
it's kind of how it is, yeah.
broadly how you work, right? And so in the UK, it's you from age 15, you spend the next 4 years at school, next 3 years at school, deciding what you're going to study at university, in essence, and you narrow down the subjects until you eventually pick one, and then you go to university, you study that for the next 3 years, or in the case of medicine, 7 years, in the case of law, and other degrees, sometimes longer, sometimes, well, no, never shorter than 3 years. And so I studied theology, and then I graduated from Oxford in 2011, and I went into banking. I worked at an investment bank.
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Bravo, Mr. Gillespie. Bravo, Mr. Gillespie. Once again, unfucking defeated. Undefeated, just like I said. I'm undefeated, okay? Just like I said. Banking, bro. Co-founder of another bank, okay? They banks just crashing all over the place, and she want to get us signed up back up under their banks. Foreign entities, talking about the Democratic or the Republican, they only want the money. They're neither. They're sovereigns, remember? It's a must you take back your right. It's a must you take back your right, because Candace and her husband is enjoying the right. Press what? They enjoying the benefit with your name on it. He comes from way over there from Ukraine somewhere. She running the same scam. He is Antifa.
In London for about a year and a half, and then I left that, and I have done for the last 7 years work with my father, and he and I have run a hedge fund, although it's quite an unusual fund in as much as it trades base metals, and it trades, which is in the commodity sector, and it's unusual because most hedge funds are.
So your money will be backed by whose money? By whose money? Their hedge fund money? Oh, Candace. Oh, this aged well. This aged very well. This aged very well. Metals, gold, silver, banking. I told you. You can't, this is what it's about right here. Right here. Your hereditary right. The world has eaten off of you for 150 years. Candace Owens' husband, he said clear as day what he into. So she trying to sell us back into the House of London. The Lords of London, with conservative banking techniques. The liberals are thinking like this. They're the reason why the economy,
involved with kind of macro long-short strategies. I won't bore everyone with technical finance terms, but basically lots of kind of different portfolios, bonds, equities, everything. We were a very specialist.
Bonds, equity. That's land, G. Her husband is an enslaver, G. I told you, G. I told you this is bigger. I don't run no YouTube page. I don't run no You know what I do, KevRow University. KevRow University, trust bonds. There you go, for his glory. So when I'm telling you what I study and what I mean, you think I'm caring about some goddamn trolls, about a person who, to my where Kev at? I'm studying like him. I got shit on my brain. Don't ask me where I'm at. Give a damn what that damn title say. That's them right there, G. Candace. Oh my goodness.
Fund. We just dealt in metals. We just deal in base metals, and we've always kind of specialized in that. That's what we've done. That's what I've done for the last 7 years. And then the politics side of things. So the politics has always kind of been a very big part of my family life, I guess, in some ways. I mean, my family, as you know, are quite a political family in some ways. We all have very different opinions. We're all a broad range of opinions within the family. And so from a very young age, we were all exposed to a fair amount of argument, if for want of a better term. So you know, from age 8, we were talking about kind of who the next prime minister would be and how that affect the country. And so from a...
Do you understand? Do you understand? While you up here talking about who you gonna shoot, who you gonna kill, and all this, this is what they into, G. Okay? So she's addicted to that type of power for sure.
So from a young age, I was kind of immersed in this political culture, and that got me very interested. And then as a result, I sort of joined various politics societies when I was at school and got involved with politics at Oxford. And then my father, he sits in the House of Lords. He is a conservative. He holds the Conservative whip, which in the UK means that he is answerable to some extent to the Conservative Party, right?
Shame. Shame. Shame.
Oh my goodness. It's everybody who stole the valor. Her. Oh, she'll never come over here. It's them. Everybody who I name. It's them. The House of Lords. The real estate, the bonds, all of that shit that they took from the Americas that they're playing on that bar shit.
And so he was treasurer of the Conservative Party as well, and that involvement with politics over here got me more exposed, and it's always been something I've been very interested in anyway, so I didn't need encouragement, so I kind of went in with an open mind to sort of see a lot of different Conservative politicians, which side of the party I would fall on, develop my political philosophy, and sort of in the last few years...
So they developed their political philosophy, so that's why they can't battle me. They've been doing this since like Harry Potter type of shit. Developing their little arguments, how they're going to hold their positions of power. And then Kev Gills, press 1, Mr. Gillespie comes from South Central out of nowhere with a flying elbow. With a flying elbow to wake up the masses of these people over here. You see, they been studying this since they was 8 years old on their political stands on how they gonna rule over you. And here I am on this, waking your crazy self up to how to defend yourself against a dweeb like him. A fucking dweeb. There is no debating a political argument dealing with this stance here. That's why I feel good about what I'm saying. That's why I'm so above these other little black Pan-Africans and Tyreek Nasheeds, and because they little boys. That's little consciousness. They ain't thinking about nothing.
Brexit, and before the Brexit referendum, but really the Brexit referendum in the UK kind of clarified a lot of people's, where they fell on the spectrum, a lot of people's political thoughts. So after that, I kind of ramped up my political involvement, I would say. So I've been kind of more exposed to politics since 2016. Obviously, the election of the president, Donald Trump, that has a ripple effect around the world. I mean,
it does, yeah. You guys, I mean, like, just sort of like the broader UK community seem really interested in what's going on in America, and I would say that.
Yeah, that's outstanding, right?
That's true of all of Europe. People seem to be very fascinated, or all of the world, fascinated with what's going on with Donald Trump. So I guess as somebody that grew up here in London, what is the interest? What is the draw? What is it about Donald Trump that is sort of stirring up all of these conversations?
Well, what happens in America has direct impact around the rest of the world. I mean,
that's because they're controlling.
It's the leader of the free world. It's the most powerful country on earth. It's got the largest economy, the largest military. I mean, by many objective measures, America is the greatest country in the world, on many times over.
So are you using me for American citizenship?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
I just wanted to get that out of the way.
No, just to be clear, no. But what happens in America has a direct ripple effect. I mean, there's an expression, well, it's more a political mantra, that what happens on university campuses in America.
Are you using me for political citizenship? Or citizenship?
America will 5 years.
Wow. Yes. So he can bank through her. No, not doing citizenship. No. So he can bank through her and run off with the bag, run off with the bag. Because he's a lord. And because of who his father is, they will protect him. Damn, Candace, you fucked up.
Later happen on university campuses in Britain.
Okay.
And that's just a broader term, really, to encapsulate the fact that what goes on in America will eventually end up in Europe, will eventually end up influencing the world, will eventually end up being a political argument in both Britain, in France, in Germany, in Southern Europe, etc. So
I told you. Do you see how he named all of those same nations? Russia, Germany, France, all the Russian Germans, all the white supremacists, all of them. From the Bolsheviks to this one to that one. Facts, G.
The world has to be conscious of what's going on in America. You cannot divorce geopolitics from America. It's crucial. And so therefore the presidency of America has huge impacts on what goes on in Britain.
Now, do you think that is just because of the size of America?
I think it's
or just it's a combination of the economic factor, the size of America, the influence, I guess, we're kind of very culturally.
There's a huge number of factors which play into that. I mean, it's both the history of the countries. I mean, Britain and America have a very special relationship anyway.
Why? I thought y'all got away from Britain. I thought we fought against y'all and don't like kings and queens, remember?
I mean, the Anglo-American bond is very close. We speak the same language.
Oh, my goodness. The Anglo-American bond is very close. We speak the same language. Oh, jeez Louise. Who is these people?
We fought beside each other in the same wars.
Where?
We share a common philosophy on life. We share a common outlook on capitalism. I mean, Anglo-American capitalism is very different to Franco-German statism, right?
Oh my goodness. I don't want to leave from this space. I don't want to go back down there and talk about little stupid things. Oh no, this is very exciting to me. Oh, this is right down exactly what I knew was going to be coming up. I said, what is it about this week? Friday, Saturday, some information is. Yep, here we go.
It's just the mentality. In many ways, it's to do with language. It's also to do with the fact that, of course, America was born out of Britain in many ways. You know, the War of Independence, the Revolutionary War, as you call it, you know, was a war.
He said the War of Independence. He said the Revolutionary War, or the War of Independence, as y'all call it. I told y'all it's the same shit.
Or against Britain, and that's part of our history as well.
Yeah, because y'all was against Britain. How are you from over there and you was against? I mean, not that you was against, but we never went against Britain. Never. That corporate lords of London and those Russian Romanov folks really did a number here in the 1900s.
And then you're tied into a bigger English-speaking world. So you've got England, you've got Britain, you've got South Africa, you've got Australia, you've got New Zealand, you've got America. These countries are united by a common language. And when we talk about the West, we're not just talking about the West countries literally in the Western Hemisphere. We're talking about a political philosophy which unites Australia as well, you know, which is not in the West, or arguably.
Yeah, well, when we say the West, we're talking about the West, the Americas. When they say the West, they talking about the axis of evil. And you talking about political philosophies and ideologies they got to subvert and overthrow.
It depends, of course, where you drop the pin in the globe, but let's just call it not the West. It's normally considered part of the East, right? So it's the political philosophy of the West is very much centered around the Anglosphere. It's centered around what Britain and America and the Western nations are doing. And America, as the most powerful nation out of all of them, sets the tone for a lot of what will follow in Western Europe and the kind of broader sphere of the West. So what goes on with the American presidency always has an impact in Britain. We're just as interested, well, we're not just as interested in it as our politics, but it certainly is a key part of our sort of political worldview. What the presidency is doing in America and how America is reacting to certain trends and developments will always be a crucial part. I mean, take an example, like, for example, the Iraq War, right? I mean, that's a key one because, you know, it was under President George Bush that America went into Iraq, and America summoned its closest allies to follow them into the coalition, right?
Correct.
So therefore Britain was drawn into that conflict as well. So it's kind of like what you do is not symbiotic, but we have a relationship which is very close. So therefore we have to know how America is thinking because it affects us directly.
We got to get away from these people. Oh my goodness!
I mean, there was somebody.
When Candace meet these people in 2 weeks and don't sold her people out.
Who quite entertainingly wrote an article after the Britain's just ordered some new aircraft carriers, right? And America, I believe, has 10 aircraft carriers, and the UK has 2 aircraft carriers, right? And somebody wrote an article basically saying it's completely irrelevant. You might as well just say we both have 12. Right, because that's how they think of it. The military development, the military cooperation is so close, right?
The military corporation is so close, right? I told you. The military corporation is so close. It's intertwined, is what he's saying. This whole thing is a Nazi regime. This is like the son of the man in the high castle. This is literally the son of the man in the high castle right here. Oh yeah, he played. Candace Owens needs to come to sit her goofy ass down. That's the reason why men are needed in this nation and speak, because you got white men from a different nation using a black woman that she just met to sell you a bank.
The security cooperation is so close, etc., etc. So, I mean, that's why, I guess, the election of Trump kind of then further polarized an already polarized society. I mean, we've spoken many times about Brexit and Trump.
Literally, Candace Owens is Eve in the Garden of Eden. Press one. That is the truth. Candace Owens is Eve in the Garden of Eden.
Press one.
She want all of the power and will give it all up. I promise you. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, how you doing, Kev? I called you yesterday, man. That's money, man. Yo, you don't know how right you are, yo. You gotta just look up Bishop and Black's Law Dictionary. They tell you all the House of Lords are bishops, right? Then if you look up the Latin word for Episcopal, which means bishop, you'll see that it means episode. And then if you look at Alliance and the Black Laws Dictionary, it'll tell you that in 1519, that Russia, Prussia, and Austria made a marriage alliance. And from that time on, they've been doing this shit.
Yes, sir. That's what I was talking about, that America is really the alliance. They use America to do all of it because America has the estate hostage.
They're all foreign agents and what's called a denizen. So like they make treaties with the U.S. government to be able to come over here and be agents and shit, so that way if they get in trouble, whatever, they just get sent back home or shit gets swept under the rug or whatever and shit. But basically, what it is, I had this book by this fucking Swedish dude from when they first came to Delaware, and he was talking about how they set up the Swedish West Indian Company and got all the people of Sweden to invest into the company, and that the whole purpose is just to come over here as foreigners and to profit off of this land and send the money back. Just like Nigerians, Africans, if you ask all them why they're here, they're going to be like, I'm here working and sending money back home. It's a piggy bank. It's like they just know that they all in on it.
They're doing it by way of like hedge fund, 5013 military court bullshit that we got to get used to the lingo to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, and what it is, it's the whole idea of, like the lady said, Mort Main, dead hands, alienation into dead hands, because there's a law against the church or against the nobles being able to pass on their land to their heirs in perpetuity.
Yes.
So all of this stuff is to keep breaking us apart and separating us from being able to inherit our land.
That's right.
Into perpetuity.
That's right. And they want you to keep reaching for what's that word that they want some money? All the black folk who want some money. What's that word they throw out?
Reparations.
Reparations, when it's not about reparations, man. And
you can't even get reparations. It's in the 14th Amendment or the 13th Amendment that said that the United States government, nobody on either side can sue for their slaves being emancipated. Nobody at all can. It's
so
right
that's
in
going.
it. Like
so that's
nobody.
going back to the 13th and 14th Amendment, which we talk about here about enslaving and the trust busting and the robbing of the trust and the shifting of the trust from that point forward.
Yeah, if you read the 14th Amendment, right, there's a section in there that says that the reason why they can do all of this stuff is because we can't question what they do in our descent. Hold on, I got it right here. I'm gonna tell you that.
Yeah, because you're barred. Because you can't question it because you're unable to speak.
Yeah, because you're a baby, you're an infant.
Exactly.
The word minority means infant.
Exactly.
You're a baby, and that means
that's why I was telling you.
Yeah.
That's why I told you, because you understand exactly what I mean. You can't speak. So what's the point of you knowing law when you can't speak? What the fuck? You know?
Exactly.
You know, you're barred. You need a representative. You're not emancipated. You can't speak for yourself. So we'll do it for you.
you have to be a gentleman or a yeoman. I've been looking at like a lot of old wills and shit.
Yeah.
So a gentleman in law states that you are from a noble bloodline. A yeoman means that you're a free man, but you're not from a noble bloodline. That you're just a regular free man.
An emancipated freeman.
Yeah, so you have to go. You see, like it's really common law. If you go to the Code of Virginia, like Code of Virginia Title 1, subsection 200, it tells you that the United States is still under common law.
I know it.
The common law of James the First.
Oh, that's King James.
So you don't even use like the United States law itself.
You go straight to the Supreme Court.
You run it through the common law. And so common law, you got to go back to. That's why she went back to the Magna Carta.
That's right.
And all of that stuff.
That's right. So history. That's where we need to be right there. Is right there, in that time frame.
So what it is that you are heir suis to the CEST UK Trust, CEST UK Use, and CEST UKV. All that means that you're the beneficiary of the trust, the beneficiary of the use of land, and the beneficiary, and that all of this estate is measured off of your lifetime, or the lifetime of you and your people.
And that's what they stole. The Magna Carta.
Yeah. And so what it is that like you said, they come over here. She's legal now. Now they can manipulate and tap into the trust and be beneficiaries of the trust
by way of 501(c)(3) and corporation shit.
Through manipulation of the bloodline. See, that's why they need you to mix. They need you to mix so that way that you don't have more right over the land than anybody else. Because what they're trying to do is get rid of all the old noble bloodline. Like I'm a Nichols.
I'm a Nichols.
I can trace my bloodline all the way through all the kings, all the way back to the pharaohs in Egypt.
Come on.
And then they got other books that say that they could trace my bloodline back to Adam and Eve. And if you look in the Red Book of Exchequer, William the Conqueror, the first page on it shows how they trace his bloodline back to Adam and Eve through Shem. So your bloodline.
He's a true Shemite.
Yeah. And so what happens is once you can trace your line back to Adam and Eve, then you're under the original trust of God that God gave to Adam. God put Adam in the garden to tend and to keep. And as long as you don't do anything bad to do it for it, then that's what the eating of the tree of good and evil is that you did something bad to get a good result.
Oh, so like took part in witchery and shit like that, or put hexes on people or rob people, and to I got you.
The knowledge of evil to get good.
Yeah.
All right, and here it is in the 14th Amendment. The validity of the public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts incurred for payments of pensions and bounties for services and suppressing insurrection or rebellion, shall not be questioned. So that's why they keep you at war.
That's why they did the insurrection. That's why they did the shit.
That way you can't question why they spending the money, why they doing So it's just Section 4 of the 14th Amendment. And then, you get into black suffrage and then the income tax. So it's actually the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendment that is working against us. But you're actually just a citizen under the 6th Amendment. Because the 6th Amendment is the superior law of the land. And that law is based on all the common law, all the previous treaties, trusts, all of that shit. So you're really a citizen under the 6th Amendment, but they trick you to believe that you are a citizen under the 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th Amendment.
Got you.
And if you look at the years, they all line up to the years of when all of this shit was started going down and shit.
So what book is that you was reading from?
The Constitution, the actual Constitution. Like, that's like the Articles of the Confederation. Basically, that was the Indians. That's what we originally fought for. Was the Articles of the Confederation are the real laws of America that we fought for. That the Indians fought for. That everybody came here and fought for. Was the Articles of Confederation. And then the Civil War, which was actually happened in 1836, which was the Civil War between the Indian nations, but then they played into the Civil War over into the 50s, 60s, some shit like that. But what happened was that the Civil War that we know of was fought to usurp the Articles of Confederation. Because the Articles of Confederation gave each individual Indian nation still their autonomy and sovereignty.
The Articles of Confederation is what to the Bill of Rights?
The Articles of Confederation are actually the Bill of Rights. Like if you actually read it, it's not spelled out, but it is saying little each section. It'd be like you got the freedom of this, you got the freedom of that. You see what I'm saying? And they outline it in the Articles of Confederation. It's just not singled out like we think of it. But it's all the same stuff in the Articles of Confederation, except that the federal government doesn't have the power to make all these crazy treaties and do all the shit that they're doing so that foreigners can take advantage, because they realize that, like I said in the beginning of why they even coming over here, was that they were creating whole countries, was putting up to create companies to send their asses over here in order to, basically in order to take over through infestation and disease. It's basically that's what it is. You got an infestation of an infection of a disease, which is these people. And so that's how they overrun us. That's why they keep sending people over all that shit. It's just been dirt. That's just how they do it. This is how they invade through disease and
immigration. And you
that Balenciaga, Kim Kardashian, oh, Megan and Prince Harry, oh, my friend Kanye. Press one. Kanye's robbed. They freeze him. Tate, your other buddy, press one, is in for human trafficking. Press one. And you got a whole history you got to explain, young lady. Press one. I bet you probably seen my thumbnail. It is my new live stream series. Press one. It is called, what's the name of this? A lot of y'all don't know what we doing. It's two blacks in blackface. Blexit. Press one. That's Officer Tatum. Y'all can Google and YouTube that former NFL player, according to him. Press one. It's gonna be a fun week. It's gonna be fun. Blexit, the greatest liar ever exposed. Now she went at Black Lives Matter. So we're gonna explain how she profited, and they profited over $7 million because of Black Lives Matter. In fact, they were supposed to do a lot of reconstructing with the revenue that they raised for the actions of Black Lives Matter. Press one. How much of this money went back into the black community? None. Press one. In fact, they lost revenue after Candace Owens upped her salary after losing money to $250,000 a year. Press one. So she is, in fact, a mini-me of who? Patrice. And she's supposed to be helping because of what they did. Press 1. Raised $7 million. Press 1. They don't know what happened to it. It just fell to the ground. Press 1. It just fell to the ground. And that's why I say, man, you know, this woman ain't who she says she is. So I'm watching. It takes me back to who's defending Andrew Tate and his Brexit. The officer and Candace Owens. Press 1. So I created 2 blacks in blackface for Brexit. Press 1. This is what you would call blackface at its finest. They don't send 2 Negroes, 2 of them. You hear me? 2 of them. To galvanize black folk and make it reparations, and you don't deserve it, and why y'all keep running from the police, and y'all listen to too much rap music and bibbidi bop. Press 1, he's on here every day. Look at this mad black woman. Every day Brexit is on a computer. Brexit. And a lot of people they never heard of Brexit in the urban community. Get used to it. Get used to it. Brexit. Brexit. Because it was created by Europeans. Press 1. Y'all, follow me though. They use these people, press 1, to push. I'm not just talking here. See, I don't just talk. I'm not these people who can just gonna get up on this computer no more and just talk. I brought my notes. See, I can freestyle, but why? Press 1 when I can get better at this. Press 1, and we can do it together. See, I brought my notes today. Press 1 way in the back, bungalow, stand up. Yeah. See, I brought my notes. See, it's a Brexit. A term originally coined by Milea Connolly is a portmanteau of black and exit. Press 1, which means Brexit. The word used to describe the United Kingdom's withdrawal from the European Union. The original Brexit movement started in 2016 by Connolly with the goal of achieving black economic independence by encouraging black Americans to leave the traditional financial system they have historically disadvantaged by. Press 1. You see how they turned it into a democratic issue? They made it a democratic issue to pull us in. You got it? They took what was real to us by way of KevRow University and all subsidiaries, of course, and said, look, come with us. Come with us. All right? And all of this is the time she became a Republican. Remember, Candace Owens became a Republican. She became a conservative after this. Press 1. And we got to take this slow, because if you want to participate in the urban conservative, a.k.a. the black conservative, right here on KevRow Network, Channel 54, hit me up on patreon.com/KevGillsTV and say, I want to be a researcher, damn urban journalist for your online community, and we'll make that happen for you. So they are to encourage black Americans to leave. Now, these are Europeans. These are United Kingdom. But encourage black Americans. This is United Kingdom, though. This way over here to encourage black Americans. So they need a black American to encourage and infuse this. Press on it. You understand? And so, in 2018, Owens launched a different Brexit Foundation, which featured a social media campaign to encourage African Americans plus Latinos and other minorities to abandon the Democratic Party and register as a Republican, and promise of freedom. At the time, 8% of black Americans identified as Republicans. So she jumped on the bandwagon It's the anthem on the opportunity. It's the amped opportunity. Woo. Woo. Why not? Then we can encourage them to bank with us, foreigners, as they become free from our banking system. We got an African American woman. We need to get over there and we need to marry into her and then say, like Prince William and Meghan, it'll be our own little American kingdom all over again. I'm hypothesizing. I'm not sure that's what they did, but something on this as well. Super agents, I'm not sure. What I'm saying is, yes, some super agent activity. You got me? Some super agent activity. I like that word. Super agent. So I just been like, damn, she all over the place. Black said, they start this online campaign, her and her co-founder, Mr. Tatum, former police. So, I wanted to get her take on why she was upset with Trump, first of all. You feel me? So, I was sending her video. He said, Kev, you know she got an issue with Trump now. I say, now, she's a little super agent. She always had an issue with Trump. Now her colors is about to show. Press 1. So first, I'm going to show her colors up front on what her explanation on why she don't like Donald Trump. And he heard this and this one and that one. Is that okay with you guys? This series is going to be called The Many Faces of Candace Owens. I got many live stream, a.k.a. DVDs coming out this year. Press 1. And you got to support the bread. Coffee and Kush TV, Channel 54, The Urban Conservative, your news first. Tomorrow news today. How's that? Press 1. Y'all got to understand, this is crazy. This is crazy to me. And I'm a nerd. So her documentary was really a cover for herself. Press 1. It's to push the blame over there. You see, because she's guilty. They're guilty. But it's also the people who capitalized off of Black Lives Matter. Press 1, who are also guilty. Who capitalized off of PPP and Black Lives Matter, all that goofy shit. Press 1. And guess what? The insurance companies, press 1, made all the money off of Black Lives Matter. Press 1. See? You don't know what I'm talking about, but by the end of today, you will see. What you don't know is the biggest insurer in the world is none other than who? Press 1. Lloyd's of London. Press 1. The same people who owe you slavery money, reparation. Press 1. Am I good? Am I good? Let me in then. The greatest leading insurance market in the world. Press 1. Check. They made all the money. So of course, Lloyd. Press 1. Uh-oh. So they made money off of Black Lives Matter damage? Of course. All we got to do is blame it on them. And then all the money gone. It was wasted by you know who. Remember? The good setup artists, the bankers are the worst. Here, take this. Even if you ain't got no experience, take this. Start your little Black Lives Matter movement. Hurry up. Hurry up. Because we need a slush fund. Press 1. We need a goddamn, and we need a super person who to take the super scapegoat bait. Press 1. Yeah. Yeah. Scapegoat. Press one, Patricia. So we got her to, Patricia, why you give up all the money? But ain't nobody gonna ask Candace Owens, Candace, what happened to all the money? What happened to all the money? And how's your salary raised to $250,000 a year when you guys lost money? That's not very conservative. Press one. So did Lloyd of London send Candace Owens in as an agent of confusion? Double agent. Press one. I don't know. You tell me. Brian, you already told me. You said what, Brian? You said her stepdad, her father-in-law, press one, or the real. And then I went back and did what? Excuse me. I looked back and did what? I went back and looked at the father-in-law. I said, who is this guy? Press one. I'm all over. Man, I'm telling you, I'm on it. I'm on it. Why not? Why not ask the real questions to Candace Owens? And since she's so anti-Trump now, what did they find out about you that wasn't so pleasant? Press one. I mean, you're walking around on YouTube like your shit just don't stink, woman. Press one. If you don't know who her father-in-law is, I'm going to bring him up on the screen here. If I had a father-in-law look like this, I would run. Press one. I say, oh, gee, this is Lucifer. Press one. I'm sorry, boo-boo, but I got to go. It ain't happening. So, this is the father. Big dog right here. Press one. Ooh. Ooh-wee. Would they do that? Would they play off of, I don't know. I think it was a perfect opportunity for Brexit. I tell you that, to infiltrate America. It was the perfect time for Brexit to infiltrate America. Wouldn't you say? Hey, boy, you need to get with her. I'm telling you, you better run. This one right here. This one right here put life insurance on you. This one right here without you even knowing. So why she is developing these softwares that track people and all of this, y'all got to be real careful of this one here. Track history is very peculiar. Do you know? Track record is something else. But like I say, I'm just talking. I'm freestyling. Of course. Nothing too much. Light work. So did they make money? Did that old white man and his internal royal family make money off of Black Lives Matter? Well, of course. Did Candace Owens make money and her husband make money off of Black Lives Matter? Yes, they did. Yes, they did. And Candace acting like the spokesman for these corporations who also profited huge off of Black Lives Matter and things of that nature. Kind of left them out the whole documentary. Which led me to believe that's a great mouthpiece to blame it on Black Lives Matter and Patricia and them. But like I said, they raised a lot of money. And not only that, the insurance companies profited huge. Press one. Now, black folk, we know that don't even sound right. That don't even sound right. That don't even sound right. But I'm gonna go to this website here. Oh my goodness. This shit is crazy. I'm gonna go to this website and we're going to see exactly. Here, I'll go from here. What's been going on this whole time? I would love to just be like, oh, this is a coincidence. There ain't too many coincidences in this world. You only get one or two. Y'all got too many damn coincidences. Press 1. Candace Owens Brexit raises questions as execs are paid handsomely while foundation struggles. Press 1. See, I told you. I brought my notes today. Press 1. I brought my notes as execs are paid handsomely as struggles while foundation struggles. Press 1. Candace Owens Brexit Foundation, which aims to convert more black Americans to conservatives, appears to be struggling to get funds. Now, ain't that what Brexit Europe is doing, the UK? Okay, according to the Daily Beast, the foundation 2021 tax filing showed that it only earned a third of amount it generated the previous year. Owens, however, had earned more than $250,000 in salary from the organization, according to the report. The Brexit Foundation, which is a 501c3 nonprofit funded in 2018, earned more than $7 million in donations during the social justice protests in 2020. Wow. Press 1 if you follow me. Now, see? The foundation's 2021 tax filing, however, indicate that the organization now struggling to increase its funds while executives are still getting paid handsomely.
Not like this. Not like this.
Not like this. See? Y'all thought I was just talking? No, that's what I do normally. I'm working on my journalism. Support the broadcast. These are my sources. Press 1. This is Kevin Gillespie reporting. I'm becoming a journalist. Oh, I'm an investigative journalist, G14 Classified, GBI Network. Owens issued a brief statement to the Daily Beast to address the report. In short, yes, we raise money and proudly disperse money for and to the black businesses and continue to do so. Our filings are public, timely, and entirely comprehensive, she wrote in an email. The Brexit Foundation earned $904,575 in donations in 2019, which is the first year as a nonprofit. At that time, Owens and other top executives didn't work full-time with the organization and didn't earn the salary from the foundation. The organization funds skyrocketed more than $7 million in 2020. At the time when it's social advocates, they placed that right on time. Across the globe, protested police brutally following the George Floyd death. Press 1. Owens pulled in $230,000 in pay from Brexit at the time, while she created Brexit with Mr. Football player / police officer, Officer Tatum on YouTube. Press 1. The foundation also spent more than $1 million on travel in 2020. They don't. Wow. Hold up.
Not like this.
All right, let me stop. Because I'm going to save some for my investigative journalist in the GBI network. Press 1. Channel 54. Holla. I'm going to save that for the GBI. all the little frauds and maniacs out there who taking notes. You're supposed to be ready. Come to class ready. See? So they spent the money on travel. So she flying around the world. That's not conservative. That's not Donald Trump way of thinking. Press 1, you traveling around the world to do what? How you spend money on black business? Oh, because she's the black business, Blexit? Oh, this is nonsense. Oh, Blexit is the black business. They spent the money on black business, and Candace Owens and the Blexit dude is the... Oh, I get it. Interesting. Press 1. Interesting. And the goal is to be anti-black. Wow. To go against the black, to appeal to the conservatives who see a black person who allegedly looks like they on the right. This is cold, and it's a cold twist. This is a cold woman right here. Allegedly, if this is true, this is a cold. So this is the same type of moves Black Lives Matter young lady was doing. Did they use her to... She was pulling up at old girl house and gang stalking and this one and that one. I wonder if she pull up at her own house like that. I wonder if she pull up to Blexit like that. Press 1. I wonder if she pull up to Blexit like that. That's a whole twist. You see that? And you telling me the insurance companies won't who are profiting, like Lloyd's of London, wouldn't what? Huh? Let me hold on, caller. I wasn't expecting no calls today, but I'm gonna let y'all call in today, see how y'all rocking before I continue on. This is a new level of wow. What in God's name are you doing? Coffee and Kush TV, the Urban Conservative. You on the air? What up?
Hi, this Lita. I didn't know you wasn't expecting a call. You just giving information, and it's just like so much like that you can see a clear picture of how they do. They get the non-profit, so they don't have to be questioned about all the expenses, like what you just showed, all that $1 million of travel. Like, you can do all that kind of stuff, and they're not filing, like, taxes per se, so that's how they can swindle that money. They got the insurance company that's getting paid on all sides because they get us engulfed in these movements and these things like Black Lives Matter, and then they have people getting all in their emotions, tearing stuff down, and then the insurance company makes a claim off of that. So they just playing all the sides of the fences, just like with her when she started off as a so-called Democrat and we shall overcome, and the whole little thing with the NAACP I ain't gonna say put her up to, but they helped her, and that's a whole nother organization that is just like a front for us to think that these organizations and these people are actually people to help people when they're so calculated on a commercial scheme that we are not being able to see it.
Yes.
From what you're showing.
Yes.
And it's like, wow. And you got to humble yourself and say, hey, yeah, we done got hoodwinked, bamboozled, whatever you want to say. But now I see it so clear, and it's like I don't want to interrupt you, but when you keep giving me points, and it's like it's not like, oh, you just saying, no, this is what's happening. I worked and I know it's not about me, but I worked in, like, we have ways of life and things that we went through because I worked in insurance, and I always felt that it was something. But now that I know, like, how they use themselves as the surety, and how, like, when these people do pass away, every time somebody passed away, you look, because I live in Cleveland, and I looked up now because of all this, the Tamir Rice estate. They make an estate and build a trust off of that. Like, whether it's a big conglomerate of stuff that's going on that like I'm gonna say myself.
They're all advertising for your own demise. With these rapper deaths, what are they pushing? Insurance. With this, put insurance on them. Leave something for your kids to push insurance, push insurance, push insurance. They were trying to feed us back to the beast when we are free from them. You don't even need to dealing. We don't even need. We need to enforce the 14th Amendment, as I always say, and abolish the 13th.
Okay.
When we finish. But yes.
Okay. Because that's where my state will be within that 14th Amendment.
We got our trust in the wrongest state.
Oh my God! It's just that you hear these words and you don't even really know what a state and trust, and you just thinking it's just like, oh, okay, yeah, I trust in this and that, but it's like, no, these are really legal terms and words, and that's how they're so crafty with the trickery because they enforce this, and that's why you know a lot, because you haven't been indoctrinated with their schooling as far as like a lot of people go in it. It's like the more that, not to knock anybody who's got a degree and stuff like this, but that's why it's kind of a little harder for people to see. In my own perspective, is like, because the more that you keep getting taught, this is what this means, then it's engraved in your mind, and it's kind of hard unless you seek God to be able to come up out of that, because we've been taught and indoctrinated. Words mean completely different than what they really mean when it comes to legalities and stuff like that. And you have opened my eyes, because I'm like, something is not right. Like and then I know it's God, because I didn't even haven't been working directly in insurance, but I always used to keep my license and da-da-da. And some just said, don't even be a part of that. And this is my journey. I'm not knocking somebody else, but this is just specifically me, and I know why I was away from it. I had it to learn some of it so I can know some of these terminologies, like how they keep trying to put us in a peril.
Yes.
Like,
get digital warrior out here, man. They fighting on a whole nother playing field. These people aren't. It'd be a trip how you always wonder how Candace Owens is against slavery. Like how? I mean reparations. Like how is that? Press 1. Let's go to the video. Let's go to the video and listen. How can you be against slavery? Press 1.
Back when you were in high school. So first off, these are two different points. I do not think that we deserve reparations for slavery. I was never a slave in this country, and I think that the idea, if you think that you're going to get more than $200 from the government, okay, this entire debate is just it's a joke.
Wow, that's welfare. If you think you're gonna get more than $200,
Back when you were in high school. So first off, these are two different points. I do not think that we deserve reparations for slavery. I was never a slave in this country, and I think that the idea, if you think that you're going to get more than $200 from the government, okay, this entire debate is just it's a joke.
Now, to everybody who ever received welfare, you know that. No, I told you. So who's she speaking for? Hold on. This is Tatum. Who's she speaking for? Well, she's speaking for the banks. She's the black mouthpiece for the bank. None do you understand? We talking charitable trust here. Yeah, this is above the regular Democratic mind stage, so you better step it up. Then we talking charitable trust here. You ever wonder why you open up a trust when you go to jail? They open up a charitable trust and have you sign up to volunteer to be a slave right there. Press 1. Everybody who been in jail know they sign up to be a slave. The 13th Amendment. Now you a slave. Sign right here. Thank you. So this is Blixit, the other guy. This is this is the co-owner of Blixit. Press 1, who raised over $7 million, Mr. Police Officer, hiding in front of the American flag, Mr. Police Officer. And how much went back? $1 million to travel expenses, him and Candace Owens. So they have something in common. Press 1. They know how to raise $1 million in travel and finances, and they know how to spend $1 million in traveling. How you spend $1 million in travel is insane. Let me say that right now. How you spend $1 million in travel is a fable, in my opinion. I don't even think you should be talking about Kim Kardashian when you spend over $1 million. I don't think you got no reason to talk about how Instagram and OnlyFans models get their money and dress in front of bags when you spend over $1 million on flight, according to 2001, 2022 tax filings. Press 1. Incredible. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. How could you do that? If that's not another form of hypocrisy. Didn't I say this stream should be called The Many Faces of Candace Owens and Blixit? You just can't make this shit up. I ain't never heard of this from an American Negro in the hood ever. How much you spend on traveling? $1 million. $1 million. But Blixit, right, don't believe in reparations. Why? Why don't Blixit and their UK founding fathers, press 1, the Pilgrim Institute Society, the Lloyds of London, press 1. Why don't they want you to have reparations? Because the Lloyd of London is responsible for shipping human beings as cargo. Press 1. They're not the only ones. They're admitted. So they are guilty. And they should owe when you guilty. Yes, they owe reparations. They owe reparations. I don't even know how that's a topic. Everybody get reparations. The Asians got reparations. Jews get reparations. And nothing even happened to them over here. They just reparation. All LGBTQ get reparation. Everybody get reparation. Everybody get the privilege of some form of reparation, but us, when we bring it up, is shut up right now, shut up. Because I think the amount is so huge. Shut the fuck up. Please, no. Please, no. They owe you reparation, reclassification, and they owe the real American restitution and reparation and reclassification and this one and that one. So there's different forms. There are African Americans who deserve reparations for African Americans' transatlantic slavery and the back and forth. There are who you miscategorize as black on a doll's roll, at those African Americans, aka Indians, aka Aboriginal, original, and organic people of the Americas, deserve not only reparation, but reclassification, restitution from the destruction of the entire nation. So understanding the three R's. Press 1. Understanding the 3 R's. That's what we're gonna call it at KevRow. Understanding the 3 R's, and understanding that. Am I right? Am I right? All right. If you've never been to Africa, that's cool, but you're not black. either. That's cool. So you don't got to say what you ain't never been. I don't even know who you are. So sit yourself down in the back somewhere. I ain't even been to Africa. I never even said don't even know who you is. So I don't care if you've been to Africa. I'm talking about Africans who were subjugated to the transatlantic slave, people from Ghana and North Africa and West Africa and this one and that one. They have to figure that out because it's the same institutions and the bankers who funded that transatlantic slave that enslaved so-called black American, the so-called black, but the organic man in the Americas. So I hope that makes sense. If it doesn't, replay it back and break it down word for word. Break it down word for word. But this is Officer Tatum. $7 million. Black people don't deserve reparation, but you deserve $7 million and some shiny Gucci shoes. Press one. See, you and Candace deserve, black people don't deserve $7 million, but you deserve $7 million and some shiny Gucci shoes. And you got the nerve to sit at black people's face every day, Officer Tatum, and say, pick yourself up. Well, you're starting 5013Cs against them with your European friends, bro. Then pick yourself up. All you do is show police officers beating up our black people doing some crazy shit somewhere in the world to make them look like what? For what? No, I'm not talking about no damn American or none of that. I'm sorry for your luck. Sit down in the back. I'm not saying that. American, I'm not saying that. Anybody, that's not nowhere in a legal book, nowhere on earth. So take all that extra stuff somewhere else. All right? I'm talking about divine right and something else, sir. Keep that Indian tribe and made up consciousness somewhere else. Because your brain can't even adapt to law, God, the understanding of the allegory versus the real. You don't even understand. So talk about something else, somewhere else. KevRow. I'm talking about Tatum. $7 million. Candace, Owens, and them. I just want y'all to look at these people and how they talk.
National apology for slavery. We are moving closer. You know what I think about reparations? I don't really think it's about the money. It's about continuing the victimhood within black people.
Shut your weak ass up. Ain't about no continuing no damn victimhood. What's the why? So what? It is about the money too. It's about the money, the restitution, the reclassification. See, already. You can't make this up. This is somebody who raised $7 million. There was somebody who raised in a 501 and spent over $1 million. Spent over $1 million in travel expenses with Candace Owens. Press one. And Candace Kardashian Owens has been wearing luxurious outfits looking more and more like the black Kim Kardashian every week. Press one. These just talk down on people every day. These people are insane. So I see her little outfits. It's about the money with them. Where they can put on shiny Gucci shoes and walk around the stage and talk to all the white people who go to Harvards and Stanfords of the world, whatever these universities are, and get paid speeches, and you can walk around, raise $7 million damn dollars. Of course you happy. Of course you walk around on silver Gucci shoes. Of course you, sir. What about the rest of them? What about the rest of the average people who got to work? Why they ain't got Gucci shoes shiny walking around their house with the same shoes? Do we got to open up Show us how to do what the fuck you did and how to write off $1 million in goddamn expenses on flying tickets. Press 1. All day.
I'm convinced that the Democrats are set on continuing to hold black people down.
Y'all suck. You don't even know how to use the argument of how the Democrats, you don't even know the history of how the Democrats fusion party and the Democrats who became Republicans. You don't even know the difference. You just running your mouth, Officer Tatum.
I was listening to a clip from T.I. and another rapper. And this is what they said. And I don't know why black people agree with them. But it's,
Well, you black. You agree with them too. You just a cornball and would do anything for $7 million and shiny Gucci shoes.
it was the dumbest thing ever. They go.
That's how you know you lying. Because you listening to them. Because you listening to them.
T.I., the rapper T.I. Go look him up. Go look at one of his songs. Look at the lyrics. And it'll put what I'm saying in the context.
Uh-huh.
And it was another rapper, I forget who it was. And they get on here and they say, see, they don't want a black man to speak truth. If we ain't talking about killing each other, they don't want a black man to, it's like, wait a minute. Quit saying they. White folks ain't worried about you.
Oh, fucking cornball. The white folks ain't worried about you. Big sloth. Press one, another sloth. You can't. Just white folks, they just keep this thing going and forever and ever and ever. But this is what you're dealing with. This is the mindset of Ben Shapiro, Officer Tatum, Candace Owens. But it's more than just an opinion. It's more than that. It's a business venture. It's profitable to talk down on you. It's a lot of foreign nations who need you to convert over to their their money. They need you to convert over. They need insurance policies on you as a collective. Ain't no telling what else they need, your land, any damn thing. But how dare you be in blackface, consume $7 million. None of it probably goes back to nothing inner city, but passing out number 2 pencils and backpacks every Christmas Eve. But $1 million on flights is unbelievable. Literally. Yeah, he uses rappers as reference. They all do. They use rappers and entertainers as reference because they really don't have any real substance to themselves. But one thing about Blexit, you wait for it, watch the contradiction. Watch the contradiction because their friend Candace Owens, press 1, is against Donald Trump now. Remember, she against Donald Trump. She against Donald Trump. Shout out to my Cash App and the people that's in there. Wow, who's this right here? Mrs. Bailey. Shout out to you, Queen. And you're, if you need to sit on the jury, if you need to, you want to be a consultant or any damn thing, you just let me know. Or just watching the show is fine for you. I don't care. Mrs. Bailey, shout out to you and your contributions to the show. Press 1. You gotta support the real. And if you don't, by hitting the like button and subscribing, that's okay. Somebody else will. 10 more people will, no matter. Press 1. So her thing is, why Trump get upset with me? Listen, Fletcher, I don't allow dudes to type in so many emojis, repetitives like that. Can somebody block Fletcher for 300 seconds over there in the back, please? Thank you. He typing too much, and I don't know him. That's too many emojis. Thank you. That's too much typing, and you're not saying nothing. Thank you. And if he come back in here with it, get him up out of here. That's how we rocking. I have no tolerance for people with helmets and people who wear Balenciagas and come on my channel and be retarded. That's on them. What we talking about is up here today. Why Trump got upset with me. This is a couple months ago, 2 months ago. Like there's no reason for why Trump got upset with her. Press 1. Now we about to listen to her. Brexit head ass. And why former President Donald J. Trump, and to me, still president, press 1. Still current president. And to me, current president Donald J. Trump, press 1. I'll be trying to figure it out. So let's listen to why she says Donald J. Trump is upset with her.
So in terms of my relationship with Donald Trump, you guys obviously know that I have been one of his most vocal supporters all throughout his presidency. He was a very big piece of my transformation from the left to the right. He's a big piece of my personal story and my personal awakening. And it
Really?
wasn't Trump the man himself. Rather, it was he severed my belief in the mainstream media because they were not honest in their assessments of him. I was never going to be a person that voted for Trump until the media went very radical. And rather than saying he's not qualified in 2016, they said that he was a rapist and a sexist and a misogynist. And for me, that seemed like an overkill.
Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you? Already, she doesn't, it already seemed like an overkill. Ma'am. Now wait up, you guys. Now wait up. We done found old Candace Owens tweets. Press 1. Now look at this. Candace Owens tweets about anti-Donald Trump shit way back in the day. And we gonna bring it to the floor. But she's been against Donald Trump a very long time. Look at her. Does Donald Trump actually have a small penis? This is old news. Press 1. Press 1. She dress code, but look, does Donald Trump have a small penis? So this is before she switched over. But I'm saying, could that be a reason why? Because they found that you were actually against the president you so-called fought for. Press 1. So the blog is called Degree 180, and we're going to take a look at that. But I just want y'all to know, this woman has been going in on Trump for a very long time. And not only that, she's been caught saying some really nasty things. Some real disrespectful, just nasty things. It's nasty. And here I am thinking she's a Trump supporter. I'm a Trump supporter. So naturally, I'm like, oh, Candace, that's dope to see a sister like. But this woman has a tendency of playing both on all sides like a spokesman for Lloyd of London. Press 1. But we'll let her continue.
And I thought to myself, okay, he can't be all of these things magically. He's been in the public sphere for a very long time. I began to sort of look beneath the surface and was shocked at what I found. I discovered that the mainstream media does routinely lie to us. In fact, not routinely, they are basically always lying to us to protect.
Ma'am, stop. And you just tell the truth every day, all day. They lied, they did this. What about you?
Their own interests. So I was a vocal supporter of Trump, and I was hopeful that Black America could see through the lies that the mainstream media.
Well, I'm hopeful that Black America can see through your lies of Brexit and how you raise so much money, and you just like the founder of Black Lives Matter, you and Officer Tatum. Press 1. And y'all support a trafficker. Press 1. And y'all support a trafficker, alleged trafficker who sits in a Romanian prison, and you guys were all hanging out with him. So maybe Trump doesn't like human trafficking. Press 1. Maybe Trump doesn't like human trafficking. Press 1. And maybe all of you guys have been sitting up here in front of these cameras, just looking like idiots, committing to Andrew Tate. In reality, you guys are all in cahoots with the same people you speak about. And that don't make no damn sense. How the hell are you involved with Andrew Tate, one of the hottest smoking motherfucking traffickers in America right now, all over the media, and you just in defense because women lie, and you created these websites where you can just sit up here and dox people who lie and show that these Instagram models are not who they say they are. What about you? It's a lot of deflecting. As I say, when you raise over $7 million, press 1. Because Black Lives Matter happens and protests, and your husband is a part of an insurance family who profits from what? Before we go there, let's go to Exhibit A. I know y'all like to jump, right? Let's jump. Insurance companies reaping benefits from protests. Following the death of George Floyd, the world's largest insurance companies spoke up in favor of Black Lives Matter, even though they were paying out unprecedented claims due to the destruction. So they want more. They want more. They spoke in favor, even though they had to pay. That's unnecessary. Black Lives Matter protests and seizing their mantle. The companies issued statements and coughed up donations to support the movement, but we're going to get into that sometime, today or tomorrow.
Was putting upon them, trying to make us believe that he was a racist, and Brexit then came out of that. And so I'm very grateful for Donald Trump.
And Brexit comes out of that. Brexit came out of what? See? And Brexit came out of that. So I'm grateful for Donald J. Trump. No, you grateful for you and Andrew Tatum starting a nonprofit off the pretense of Black Lives Matter, and being that you guys are all connected back in Europe some goddamn where, probably with the Lloyds of London, who's dishing out all of these payouts, but are also in support of. That's weird how you would get up here, and even though your husband's political party is totally for the movement, you raise $7 million because you're allegedly raising money for what again? To rebuild and help rebuild the process for what Black Lives Matter just did? Interesting. That's a good way to get out of not paying restitution. Start a fight. That's a good way of Lloyd's getting out of paying for slavery. Why don't they pay for their own slavery and let them destroy things? Press 1.
Very grateful that he was president of the United States, and I've been honored that I've been able to be on stage and honor him as the then president when he was the sitting president. Something toward the end of his presidency, I think, shifted, and it wasn't necessarily his fault. Obviously, COVID was a scam that was put upon the entire world, and I was a vocal critic of.
Oh my goodness, I was a vocal critic.
The COVID era. I was the first, and I stayed consistently.
Ma'am, you're just everything. You're just everything. You're just everything.
I was the only in the beginning that thought that there was something fishy about the lockdowns. I vocally critiqued.
How could you be the first? And the day and moment it happened, I hop on Instagram and say what? I don't believe nothing. I'll probably pass away, but I'm breathing God's air forever. This is the moment I put my trust in God. She talking about she first. Where are the records?
Trump and said that it was the wrong move for him as a sitting president to go through with a federal shutdown. Don't forget, he shut down. There was a federal shutdown for 2 weeks. And I understand that there was a lot of pressure on him. So I'm not saying this as, oh, how could he have possibly done this? When the entire world is telling you that there's a new virus and that virus can potentially kill.
Okay, so what are you talking about? So what's the problem?
Everybody, which is what the mainstream media
He
was
was the first one saying, I'm not going to shut down the country. But the pressure built up. There was so much pressure. Oh, my goodness.
saying, and that was being reinforced by Big Pharma and the quote-unquote experts. It's very easy for me to sit back on my Twitter account, as I did, and say, do not shut down the government. Easier said than done when you're in that position, potentially dealing with the idea that a decision that you could make could lead to an incredible amount of human loss. But I did say it, and I remember at the time I was talking to other conservatives. You know, we all know each other, prominent conservatives, and they would say, I really agree with you on this, but, you know, we have to stand by Trump's side at this time. And I sort of thought...
Who the fuck are you? And me and other media, and they convince me, and just like Andrew Tate, you got these wild stories where you're like the victim, and you're like the smartest, and you're like full of shit.
To myself, I agree with the sentiment of that. I agree that when one of us goes through something, it is good for us to be silent sometimes and to let it pass, because it's not easy being in the public space, especially as Donald Trump was.
Tamika Mallory, shut your retarded self up.
As the president of the United States. But another element was like, wait a minute, I'm America first, and that's why I decided to speak out early, because the implications to me were that if Trump shut down the government for 2 weeks...
If you did your American first, why do you marry an American? How? How? If you're an American first, how do you marry a Brit, a Scot, or a Danish man, wherever they from, Denmark? I don't know. But if you're so America first, and man, listening to this woman, oh my God, if I wasn't listening for this exposure of Blixit, you know, and giving y'all a great morning, I mean, it really hurts my ears to hear a woman like this.
If it was a Republican president that did that first, then when the left came into power, because of course Republicans were not going to have power forever, they would always be able to look back and say, well, you guys did it first. So now it is totally acceptable that the federal government is assuming the power and the right to shut down businesses. I do not believe that the federal government, or any government, by the way, ever has the right to tell us that we can get up in the morning and go out to work. That they ever have the right to shut down our businesses and to say that you don't have a right to earn a living. I am just so fundamentally opposed to that, and I spoke out against it. Then came, of course, me
breathe, woman.
Speaking out against the vaccines. My stance has been very clear on vaccines from the beginning. I am not vaccinated against COVID. My children are not vaccinated at all. I think I'm probably the most in your face about the dark history of vaccines. It does not begin with COVID. The scam does not begin with COVID, and I encourage you guys to dig deeper beneath the surface. But not exactly what we're here to talk about today. The point is that I made myself an enemy of the vaccine campaign.
Okay.
Which, at the time, I was the only person doing that.
Why is Trump upset with you, woman? Why you got to go through all this shifting around and telling us all of this backstory? They're like the backstory queen. Press one. You ask her, why are you talking shit about Donald J. Trump? Oh, well, let me start in 19... I was born, and then my aunt delivered this way of speaking, and I just thought that was the way of speaking first, and then... Never mind. It ain't even that necessary. Just hurry up.
Fast forward to this show and me having an opportunity to sit down with Trump in 2021.
Okay.
And I talked to him about the vaccine. You know, I wanted to have this conversation with him and to see exactly what it was that he was thinking. And I want you to listen to that clip from our previous interview. Here it is.
we see the corruption, right? It doesn't seem like anybody ever pays for the corruption.
Yeah.
And right now we're seeing corruption live, even in terms of big pharma, which is a huge topic on the minds of mothers, especially. You're seeing what's happening at these school board meetings. Where do you stand on these vaccine mandates? And obviously, I know that you are pro-vaccine. Obviously, you did everything you could to get this vaccine out. I know where you stand on the vaccine.
It was one of the greatest achievements. We did it in less than 9 months.
To be able to do that.
Yeah,
But now it's taken a twist, right? It's gotten...
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, this woman.
Now we went from this is a good thing and people should have this option to military men, you're going to have to resign because you're not getting this vaccine. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I stand on, forget about the mandates, that people have to have their freedom, but at the same time, the vaccine is one of the greatest achievements of mankind. We would have had a 1917, remember the Spanish flu, killed...
Remember the Spanish flu?
Killed perhaps 100 million people.
I want you to say this right here. For the people that attend KevRow University, how many people did the smallpox Spanish flu kill in the early 1900s? In America. I want y'all to write this down. How many? How many? You guys are going to thank me. When I'm finished with America and delivering my truth, you're going to understand history. You're going to understand. How many people? Over 100 million people. Press 1. Shout out to Fletcher Berkeley. Fletcher get blocked for 300 seconds. He gonna contribute to the show. Man, let me back in, bro. You're not blocked, bro. You can talk, bro. I'm just talking shit. Oh, 100 million. Over 100 million. No, that's not what he just said. The president of the United States. Y'all not listening. Y'all not listening. See, Mosley, you must not be in my class. You just blurted out something that don't even make sense. Over $100 million. 100 million. Sorry, hippie, you're done. Remy Red, you don't go to my university. Sir, blurting out wrong answers by that gap means you don't even belong here. And he just said it, which lets me know your comprehension level ain't even worth you pressing 1 here. You need to just go sit over there. Don't press nothing in my chat room. Just don't do nothing. Because your comprehension as men is not adequate. He just said it. You wonder why men ain't focused in law and how they can run laps around you legally and commercially? Because our men in America are not focused on what's being done and said by authoritative figures in America. You know, just rap music mentality all day. No, I'm glad y'all put 50 million in just retarded shit. Press 1. And whatever it is, that's in America. That's in America. That's in America. That's this exact number I said happened in the black genocide. That's the exact number. 100 million. 200 million. Remember, this is all during war. So before y'all teach in my classroom, understand my perspective and my angle and where I'm coming from, not your own understanding. Press 1. I'm the professor for a reason. That's why I'm the professor. That's why all these people come and watch the professor. Because y'all reading books. That's why. I'm telling you, out the words of my mouth, y'all reading what they said I'm telling you, Donald Trump just said it. 100 million. Over 100 million. Over 100 million. Over.
Actually, it ended the First World War because
Actually, it ended the First World War.
Soldiers was. A lot of people don't know that. The soldiers got so sick. It was a terrible thing. There were no vaccines. There was no anything. I came up with a vaccine with
Press 1. I am the teacher. Press 1. See? When you know history and you compile what he just said, let's let you know I'm not just talking. I'm not just talking. The president just said it. I'm telling you where you were when it all happened.
3 vaccines. All are very, very good. Came up with 3 of them in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 to 12 years.
And yet more people have died under COVID this year, by the way, under Joe Biden, than under you. And more people took the vaccine this year. So people are questioning how...
Well, no, the vaccine worked, but some people aren't taking it. The ones that get very sick and go to the hospital are the ones that don't take the vaccine. But it's still their choice. And if you take the vaccine, you're protected. Look, the results of the vaccine are very good. And if you do get it, it's a very minor form. People aren't dying when they take the vaccine.
So basically everything that he said there, and maybe he wasn't aware, was untrue. It was untrue to say that it was an effective vaccine. I understand he had some pride. He was the person that rushed this, right? But it wasn't true. And
sit your dumb ass down. They use the vaccine right now. When they start talking that chlorophyll shit, they was laughing at Donald Trump. What you said wasn't true. He said he's for the vaccine. If you get the vaccine, you get sick, it's going more than likely work for you. But he's still not mandating it for every American. So what you said about him, he said you still got the freedom to not do so. Is that right? That means you still got your freedom. It's a choice. So you just lied on the president. I wouldn't like you neither. I wouldn't like you neither. I don't like you. Mm-mm.
And he was not listening to me try to give and present to him the sentiments of his own base.
You don't know the sentiments of his own base. What you think you running for? See, that the sentiments of his own base. Press 1. See, you think you're his base because you're on YouTube, and all of you foreigners with artificial intelligence can push algorithm and make it seem like you're a real supporter of Donald J. Trump. When you're really just a Lloyd of London banker trying to get in his ear, press 1. That don't mean you're a part of his base. He invited you, nice report. You see a nice African-American woman, and it'll be relatable, the conversation. But here you go with another mission all the damn time. It's always something with these people. Who made you an advisor to the president? If you don't just be a reporter, you're a reporter. You're trying to be a reporter, not an advisor. You're going to be Kanye's advisor.
To me, try to give and present to him the sentiments of his own base. The base was feeling this way. The base was feeling like this vaccine was rushed. We don't know whether or not this vaccine works. We now know that it didn't work at all to make you immune. And why can't Trump understand that we are feeling that big pharma is taking over our country? Instead, he took an opportunity to say, but I gave you the vaccines, and it's great because I gave it to you. So naturally...
No, he didn't say it's great because I want to be airhead and be the first one to give. He's the president. He's the president.
When this interview dropped, the regime media took a hold of it and said, even Trump says, go get your vaccine. Exactly what his base feared. right? Them trying to assert more power and more control. He just again endorsed, even though I gave him an opportunity to say, no, you know what? Everyone should have a right to decide what they want to do.
That's what he said. That's what he said. And you're wondering, how does a person even think like this? He just said it. He just said it. But every person has the right to decide on their own. So why are you lying? He just made it up. Amanda says she's nuts. He definitely said people have a choice. So why are you becoming exactly what you said corporate media was? How all of a sudden? It's incredible.
And maybe to add some clarity to the fact that he wasn't exactly sure, but he had to trust people. But nope, the regime seized on this moment and it went viral. So viral, in fact, that the then press secretary Jen Psaki tweeted, just going to echo former Trump here on the safety and efficacy of the vaccines. Merry Christmas Eve. Go get boosted.
Unknown caller.
So the fuck what? That's what she said. Look that guy. She said. Ooh, shit. Coffee and Kush TV, KevRow University, the Urban Conservative. You're on the air. What up?
What up, Kev? It's H. Hey, so
I
you're
don't
talking
know.
about
This
the
who?
reclassification. I said this is H. I go by Hyl. Hyl.
Okay, go ahead.
What up? Okay, what up, P? So what's the reclassification? Because that's interesting. I mean, what should we
That's not even what I'm talking about. Sorry, sir.
So imagine that they're using Trump against his own base in that moment to say, go get your vaccines. Even your king, that was kind of her. She's being tongue-in-cheek here, obviously. Even your king says it's great, and all of you guys are dumb if you don't get it. Naturally, having seen this, the Trump base was very upset. In fact, I started getting inundated. This was trending on Twitter at the time. I started getting inundated with people that were essentially saying...
Inundated with people that was essentially saying what? What?
To me, Candace, Trump has turned his back on us. Trump is now shilling for Big Pharma. Trump is probably getting kickbacks at one point, they were saying. He's probably getting kickbacks from Pfizer or Moderna.
But wait a minute. This is the person dissing. You tell me she's the one. You're the one getting kickbacks. You're the one getting kickbacks.
That's the only reason he would possibly be ignoring everyone that's speaking out and saying that they're being injured from the vaccine, people that are saying that they're going to lose their jobs, going to lose their livelihood. He has sold us out. And me being faithful to Trump said, let me do a live Instagram to explain to them my honest sentiments about this interview, because the truth is I do not think that Trump sold out his base for vaccines. I think that that's a ridiculous assessment. I thought that was a ridiculous assessment. And my honest, my truer belief was simply that for whatever reason, people from the older generation, everyone I spoke to, no matter how far red they were, deep red they were, about above the age of 60, they all just got their vaccines and said vaccines are great, right? And they're from a different time, right? Where I feel that the media successfully campaigned for that generation to believe that all vaccines are good, no matter how many of them that you get. I said this on my Instagram live. Here's what I said verbatim.
And he believes that because he comes from a generation, like people, you oftentimes forget like how old Trump is. He comes from a generation. I've seen other people that are older have the exact same perspective. Like they came from a time before TV, before internet, before being able to conduct their independent research.
Are you silly? Are you silly? Oh, sheesh. Yeah, no respect. Nobody did independent research before Candace. No, everybody, they grew up before TV. Oh, my goodness. He grew up a time where there ain't no social media, ain't no TV, ain't no radio. Just grew up in a time where it wasn't nothing but rocks and pebbles. So they really just dumb. They really don't know nothing. This is insane.
You know, and everything that they read in a newspaper that was pitched to them, like they believed that that was a reality. And one of those things was, you know, this push for vaccines and believing that people were going to die without vaccines. And so I believe that his support of the vaccine is genuine and it's not based in any corruption at all. I think he actually believes those things. And people that are saying, how is he ignoring all the people that are being injured? And, you know, people are sending...
So you just said you believe that he believes that the vaccine... I believe that too. As president, you got to make these decisions at that time. I think that's what made me like him. Like, okay, it made me trust. I didn't go get the vaccine. I didn't go get a shot. I didn't go do anything. But it made me trust the process. Press 1.
Rumble videos and all of these, you know, websites, obscure websites. I believe also that he only reads the mainstream media news. Believe it or not, I do not believe that Trump reads or partakes in any other news sources. You know, I don't.
Before he was banned on Twitter, you little pretty little liar. He was always on Twitter, tweeting about what news article said what. He's the best fucking president we ever had on Twitter. What are you fucking talking about? Press 1. We ain't never had no president on Twitter clowning around and talking like a regular person. What are you guys? It's like y'all don't deserve. But I don't care for y'all vote. You married a Lloyd of London banker. Coffee and Kush TV. You married a Lloyd of London banker. Press 1. Unfucking believable.
I don't believe that Trump is on the internet or, you know, that he necessarily uses, like, you know, the web to try to find, you know, obscure websites. I think that he just relies on, you know, typical mainstream sources. So I don't think that there's anything evil going on there. I just wanted to say that because so many donors, supporters of his are kind of like questioning where all of this is coming from. And I think...
Ma'am, you're just making stuff up. You're psychotic. Press 1. You're a pretty little psychotic one. All of the donators are asking questions. Where? Show us the question they ask. Press 1. What questions did they ask? All of the donors are asking. She playing. What I'm showing you is her ability to play. Press 1. All sides of the coin. This is the type of person fucking praise you right there. Oh, yeah, we love him. Oh, yeah, he old as shit. He don't know nothing. Then right back tomorrow. Oh, hi. And this is what these social journalists have been condensed to, just robotic, paid and bought for from other people, from other nations, donors from other nations, corporations, people who want to see you back in captivity will pay Blixit here a lot of money to say what she says. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What up?
Hey, how you doing, Professor? It's Brian King.
What up, Brian?
Yes, sir. She is making me say, woo! This is why men need to stand up, and this is why we need Professor, we need the King Gillespie to be in charge, because she is insane. And after realizing her move with Kanye West and Andrew Tate, and we going back looking at this Trump situation,
yes,
I can see it like you just said, how she play all these roles and these sides in people's life when she come in contact with them.
Yes.
She want many of your friends, supporter, then all of a sudden you get into something and she's now putting herself on social media to try to maybe discredit you or somehow, or somehow she involved in getting you to be discredited. She try to act like she's still your friend while also being on that side of discrediting. And what I mean is, this lady you wasn't a Trump supporter at all. You was anti-Trump specifically. It wasn't like you just became a Trump supporter. No, you specifically was anti-Trump. And then you became a conservative and all this other stuff, became this diehard Trump supporter, which I feel like we already know that was some double agent type of stuff. But the fact is, you become a supporter and you over here become this diehard fan, supposedly, just to try to get his attention and get attention from the so-called black conservatives and urban conservatives and be this black spokesperson for the black people.
I think that's what graft. I think that's why me, other people, let's say King Faze, Kanye, and I think that's why a lot of people opened up from the urban conservative point of view, because we all inner city and we know kind of what it takes to kind of like we know these were democratic strongholds in our community that kept our people down. So, you know, she won a lot of us over this way.
Yes, sir. And for her to even sit here and say, I gave him the opportunity in an interview to try to go back and speak on this and clear thing. He gave you the opportunity to come sit down with him. Right. He's the president of the United States. What do you mean you gave the president of the United States the opportunity to clear something up? This is why he ain't messing with you, because how you want to be his supporter and want to ride his wave, his campaign, his message. What he became president. Yes. You didn't become president, lady. You just a average person using your platform just like anybody else can get a platform. This is why I need a platform too, because this is why I'm on your platform, sir, because I'm upset, because this bothered me. Like, we just stupid, like I can't see. Girl, you just moved and got yourself on a platform, you got yourself on internet, and you just running your mouth, and you gonna create your own hole is what you're doing by running your mouth, because as we breaking you down, we see your true colors. You can't say that you gave the president of the United States an opportunity to clear himself up. Who are you? Who are you? Even say that
but I tell you who she
like
is.
That
I tell you who she is. She's Blexit. See, they are a conservative European a foundation or something that wants to change African Americans from Democrats to a conservative ideology, which is cool. Only thing is, they was going to cipher them off right to Candace Owens. You would think she's a conservative when she's really, in my opinion, a sent-in plant by the Lloyds, again, to subdue more unwitty African Americans back into the grasp, the dead hand of the banking system. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. And you know, they call themselves conservatives over there, the Lloyds in London. So she playing they conservatives, whatever that means. She ain't talking about the American version of what we talking about with a real Republican conservative in this nation. And so there's a whole nother idea on that. And I just was sitting here just getting up, because she over here talking all this mess, and then I just seen even on this video, if she played a clip of herself while she got that bogus part with that fat forehead and she looking bald head in the middle of her head.
You see? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And yeah, she looked real weird right there in that photo, like she even got real hair. And so in that throwback video, she over here talking about, I just need to come on here and clear things up. Are you not a spokesman for Donald Trump campaign? You're not a spokesman for him. You just was riding a wave. Yes. That's what people in public office do. They allow other people who got platforms.
Right.
Yeah, it's a campaign. Oh, you agree with me? You support me? You got a following? All right. Well, I'm gonna endorse you, which is in a sense co-sign you, and I'm gonna publicly say your name. I'm gonna help you and your platform a little bit because you saying you support me.
Right.
But you didn't took this and ran with it, and now you better than me. Now you can make better decisions than I am. Trump probably see videos of her and just laugh and say, "This why I ain't messing with you." Cause that's being like a fake friend. You all in my face around me, but then I see you making posts on your social media and your platform trying to say where I went wrong at and how I might be taking information the old way, trying to treat him like he an old man. This man, rather how old he is or not, he got more stamina, like he said, than any other president that ever came into office.
You ain't never lied.
He got more stamina than any other. other these other people. And like you said, he's the only one that can get on Twitter and even talk to his people, his following in the country, and be able to say directly from the president's mouth, from his Twitter account, that's fake news, this is what it is, and that's real. Speaking like, that's real. So I just, Candace is a fraud, man. I just love breaking her down. I love seeing that it's more to it. I really appreciate you, sir, and I just want to call in because, I'm with all conservatism and politics. I'm right here with
American
you.
conservatism. American conservatism.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shout out to you, King. That's my man, Brian King, coming in. Stamina. Press 1. Hashtag stamina. I mean, she did the same thing to Kanye. Oh, Kanye, that's my friend, and such, and Kim, she's for Balenciaga, when she's the one wearing Balenciaga. She was the one trying to pretend to be Kim Kardashian. She's the one. Kim Kardashian didn't work for Balenciaga. She was attacking Kim Kardashian while hanging out with Kanye. Just pretty much using Kanye to attack more women. Attack more women. Attack more women. Now she attacking Megan. Coffee and Kush TV. You on the air. What up?
What's going on, Kev? Water World.
Water World. What's up, champion?
Remember when Trump was saying this your choice, though?
When he
if you want to take that shot or not? Remember Trump kept on saying that. He said it's your choice, though.
Well, I just played it right now.
You know, if you want...
I just played it.
You could take... Yeah, exactly. You could take it if you want to. It's your choice. But what I'm going to do is take this hydrochloroquine, the zinc pack. Remember when he got sick and went to Andrews base?
Yes.
The hospital came back, said, I feel, it took me like a day or two. I feel good. I feel healthy.
Yes.
I'm back in top shape. And then just a narrative too, like, come on, we just went through the COVID. And then the president's quote unquote, we got these doctors and these pharmacies, and they said that they got the cure. Trump is not a doctor. They said it works. He's gonna go with the agenda if it works, because that's gonna cause chaos. If you say
he used it, they said it worked, and that's what it was. Joe Biden them used it too, and it worked. And all of them everybody got sick, and then they all had to use what Donald Trump was already vouching for, so it did work, because all of them got sick and had to use it.
And he was on the therapeutics already. He was telling us to use therapeutics, even the Clorox, the light, the blue light and the Clorox go out in the sun. He gave us all therapeutic and holistic methods before he even said the vaccine.
Exactly. So
and
what do you think about what she's doing, the multiple hats she's wearing? What do you think about that?
No, you called her ass out a year ago, because I remember when you said, Candace Owens is great. Then like a month later, you was like, nah, she too much against our people. You called it. You said this, I remember, because I was on the Candace Owens bandwagon too. And then you brought up key points, like why is she always bringing our people down?
Yeah.
Why is she always talking about our people in the negative light?
Yeah.
Then I don't know what you seen back then already to let us know, nah, she ain't right. You didn't let us know she wasn't right, Kev.
How could you not be for? How could you misrepresent history in the way that you're doing, and not be for reparations given the correct history that happened to these people? That's just I hear you, but even Trump know what happened. Even these presidents know. We look back in our own. So who are you? And then come to find out right now at this moment that she's Blixit, and she's been anti-conservative and just saying some wild shit. She got some sexually explicit shit she's been saying over the years at that. But we're going to be bringing up anal sex, and when she thinks about anal sex and all of this and much, much more. Go ahead.
And then you got her too, because you said we know who your boss is. Your boss is the same people that ran the transatlantic slave trade. The same people that was you called us already. You told us what she was doing. We know why you like this, because look who's in charge of you. The same people that's in charge of you is the same people that got us in this predicament. And we see the play right now because you are part of the bankers. Y'all trying to hide all this money.
Her husband is a Lloyd of London, one of the big insurers. So not only did she make money off of Black Lives Matter. Her husband and family also make money off the destruction of the black neighborhoods that they destroyed as well. And they also invested in the destruction. Press one.
and they still getting paid because now we just found out you loaded London's is the insurance.
Yes.
So y'all getting paid on the back end too.
Right.
Y'all insure body parts.
That's right.
Y'all insure vocals.
We gonna get into that. We're gonna get into everything they insure, but let's keep it along the realm so we don't get lost in everything else. Let's keep our focus right on the topic of what they really got, just what we were waking up to as far as what they insure on this topic.
And then you can tell Trump sensed that already because Trump must be listening to you with all this ideological subversion. He's seen that. He know who on this team because he's like, that's fake news. He got Republicans. He called them rhinos. They supposed to be on my team, but they really against me. Yep. All these folks is against me. Everybody from the Democrats to the Republicans is against me.
They all against
so all he's doing is just filtering out the system.
Because they all got their hands dirty. That's why they against them playing foul, because look at Andrew Tate. Now look at these people. Oh, shit. Andrew Tate's a trafficker, and Candace and all of these red pill and black pill. Yeah. And come to find out, she's one of the biggest trolls ever when it comes to
the biggest one. Like, she reminds me of the black Jocelyn Maxwell. When you show that pic when she was with Andrew Tate and Kanye, Milo, what's old boy name they put up Milo? I'm looking at this, I'm like, oh man, they all work together. They was all smiling in Trump's face like, yeah, we got him. Not knowing Trump really got y'all because now y'all complicit. He got y'all committing crimes in real life time.
He got you in real time.
And that's what I'd say, Kev. But you killing him, bro. God bless you.
God bless America. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
Mom, that's the GBI network. Press one. These are just these are spies to me, trying to get up under the president.
He just genuinely believes that, and he needs to sit down and have a full conversation with someone. I was interviewing him in that circumstance, but he needs to have a larger conversation to really understand what's going on and why.
And I know for a fact that there are people on his team that bring him the news headlines in the morning, which is totally normal. That's what happens when you're president. They try to highlight. There's a lot of news sources, and he goes through that, and he accepts that as the narrative. So that's why you would see so many tweets of him hitting back.
So you're better than the news sources that he gets. You're better. You're more because he's old. Is that what you're saying? Press one. These people don't lost their brains. They don't lost their brains. (424-209-9506). Okay? Let's go to the facts, okay? Fact check. Did Candace Owens run a liberal blog before becoming conservative? Press 1 and subscribe to the network. This FUBU, for us, by us. All the black people who are Democrats here getting a conservative rude awakening, and all the Republican conservatives is getting a taste of the urban conservative at the same damn time. Everybody in class together. Press 1. Coffee and Kush TV, you on the air. What's up?
Hello, and this is Deborah.
Hey, Deborah, what's on your mind?
You are so good. What's on my mind is I went doing a little looking for Miss Candace Owens.
Yes.
And on her real Candace Owens Twitter account,
yes,
she has listed that in Yale and Harvard, she went to school with Farmer's stepsister, Olivia.
Okay, the attorney.
I don't know what she is, whether she's a softball coach, a basketball coach,
okay, go ahead,
or what, because I cannot find a picture of her, Olivia Farmer, of the Farmer dynasty.
Okay, go ahead.
I can't prove that it's her, because they all look like Pearl to me. They just all look like Pearl to me.
What?
Uh-huh.
All right, go
when I
ahead.
go look for
You send me-
Olivia Farmer.
You send me a picture?
I sent you the link stating that the sister is claimed to be the stepsister, which she went to school with in Harvard and Yale. But when I find the pictures, they're so manipulated to look like Pearl. Anybody that's called Olivia Farmer in America is softball, basketball coach.
Because that's
such
what I
as
thought
that.
about. Because I said, wait a minute. But
Yeah,
I don't.
but the pictures are so manipulated. They're just manipulated.
Oh, okay.
They're
So
not a
I don't.
true person
that's
in my eyes.
I have no idea about. Elizabeth Farmer is a cartoon character by Disney with red hair, freckles. Yeah.
She's also listed as a helper of Disney on her first webpage.
The Fox and the Hound. Olivia Hannah. She is voiced by Hannah Farr. Wait a minute. Okay.
And there are no dorm room pictures.
Okay. Anything else, ma'am? Anything else?
There are no dorm room pictures of the two of them together, but it seems like they did Prager online together for real.
Okay.
Prager
So we gonna talk about this off air. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotcha.
Okay. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Oh my goodness.
You are saving so many lives. I mean, the millions upon millions of souls that you will create to be able to see the face of God. Only through KevRow University can I see. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much, young lady. Thank you so much. I love that. I love her spirit, Ray. All right, so look, fact check. Did Candace Owens run a liberal? Conservative commentator Candace Owens have become Monday's top trending Twitter topics after tweeting about President Trump's conservative political action CPAC speech Sunday that led to the widespread social media criticism. If you guys are wondering about what actual feminism is Donald Trump having the courage to stand up on stage and call out the insanity of biological men dominating women's sports, blah, blah, blah. But on Monday, she addressed her Twitter. I'm trending right now. I'd like to go public. Let me see here. She threw me off. Let me see. Oh, so did she run a liberal? Well, we found out that she actually did run a liberal, which is Degree 180. We actually found it. So that was great. So there's no question about it, did she? But the questions were always out there. There it is, Degree 180.
Mom, Dad, I'm a lesbian. I like girls.
Uh-oh. What in God's name I just put on here? Okay. Okay, let me, I don't want to take nothing out of context. Let me bring this up a little smaller so I can read. Wait a minute. Just like I said, the lesbians and LGBT took over everything. Wait a minute. What? I hope it's a follow-up. I'm going to let this ride. This is insane. Hit that like button and subscribe. Hold up.
Mom, Dad, I'm a lesbian. I like girls. Oh, sweetheart. We always knew. The bottom line, we just want our children to be happy, and we love you regardless. Brave soul. Oh, thank you guys. Oh, also, I think I might be a conservative. I don't understand. I can't breathe. Hey, get that camera out of my wife's face. Get out of my face. Guys, guys, it's totally fine. It's okay. I just, think a little more conservatively. But sweetheart, you're black. Yeah. Look, it was a crazy election cycle, a lot of emotions. We're going to get you somebody to talk to, and you're going to work through this entire mess. No, Dad, this is who I am. What about Beyonce? Yeah, what about Beyonce? You like Beyonce, you love Beyonce. Beyonce is a liberal. What's going on? I still do. It's just as a general rule, I don't think the Billboard 100 should dictate my political alignments. And what about all of our Spanish-speaking friends? I knew there were too many Caucasian people in this neighborhood. Oh, that's good, honey. Mm-hmm. Make me the bad guy, Mrs. I can't live without those hedges. Well, we're gonna need those hedges when the neighbors find out that our daughter is in the KKK. What? Guys, this is getting completely out of hand. Mom, I'm still black, and I still like Hispanic people. I simply think that we should maybe put the economical future of this country ahead of the social issues. That is all. Sweetie, can you please just be gay?
I'm fucking dead. That goes way back to the early 1900s, starting with now. Hit that like button and subscribe. What up with it, TJ? Loyalty Trucking. It's been a minute. Good to see you out there. Amanda, thank you for posting my links. Of course, sign up to the patreon.com/KevGillsTV. I will be sending those links out today. Hit the like button, damn it. What a crazy week. Crazy week. A lot of things in perspective that was there. I went back and watched my old videos on the Lloyds of London, on Candace Owens, on the red pill, on the blue pills, black pills, and all of this one. And now I see the why. Press 1. This shit is amazing. D-Jack, what's up, champion? Good to see you out there. God bless you and the family. And all the new puppies. Press 1. We need a KevRow mascot. Press 1. We need a damn KevRow mascot. SBDM Radio. What's up with you, champion? Yeah, Discord. Shout out to Amanda. She's been working hard on this Candace Owens and this Lloyds of London and this urban conservative. I just enjoy that part. If you want to be a part of that, make sure you already have been sending information. The way to join the fraud department is by doing fraud department. There's no organization. This is secretive. Press 1. No, it's not. You have to already do it. That's what makes it so interesting, is that it's from everywhere. Left and right. And it's the Kev Gills Flow, the host of the show, of course, that makes everything kind of work out. So good way to get KevRow. Now, if you just want to do the research that I do, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of time put into the type of work that I do. But if you want to, like Teresa just said, hey, help me. I want to be a juror on Judge Gills. That's great. That's awesome. But when it comes to like some dude over there, Morbus or something, he like, man, how can I get into the conservative and urban? And bro, it's a lot of work. That's what it is. I ain't even gonna cap to you. It's a lot of work. And usually it's from people who study a whole lot, who has this natural. Now, the entertainment side of thing, like Judge Gills, you can always play a part in that. Now, if you want a fraud department, then you better listen to who I'm exposing and get to work, like Taj does, like Rico does. You better get to work. I don't know. You see why they be calling in? Because they probably the ones who sent me the shit. Probably. Who knows? Probably. If you gonna send it to me, make sure you ready to call it in, because I'm gonna open up my Patreon and drop my my Instagram, and all of my students will be able to go on my Instagram today, and not my old Instagram, my new one, just for KevRow University, this one right here, and we'll be able to get a lot of work done and start this beautiful journey. Hit that like button. Black media, urban media with a political twist. Press 1. I don't even like the term black now that I'm realizing what the hell has been going on. Lord have mercy. Pearl, 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 pearl. Lord have mercy. You see Pearl over there, just pearly things. She taking her clothes off. Press 1. She at the beach now. Press 1. It's pearly things, man. I gotta take these clothes off. Press 1. I want people to see my waistline. I got curves too. Press 1. You know what I said? I can't wait till I'm done with this weak ass community. And yeah. It's been a hell of a ride talking shit about these people. It's been a hell of a ride. I didn't know that It's Pearly Things. I didn't know that her manager is the same one that manages Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro. Press 1. I didn't know all these people were the same. Press 1. I didn't realize it. I'm gonna listen to some audio a little later, but yeah, these good people are all the same people. This camera angle look good, don't it? I'm shining on this camera. I love that. Lord have mercy. Now it makes sense. But at the time, I got Candace Owens being one of the biggest so-called agents in the community ever to walk Earth. That's not, we don't see Jesse Jackson. We don't see, name a COINTELPRO person. I've never seen this type. Press 1, never in my life. This one is this is the if you smell what the rock is cooking type shit. Press 1. I ain't never seen nobody do no shit like this woman. I know y'all probably been thinking like, this a cold piece of work. This a cold woman. Shout out to my Cash App and the people who know this is hard work and dedication plus patience. Press 1. Shout out Nipsey Hussle. Fletcher Berkeley. Shout out to you with the morning contribution to the show. Loyalty Trucking and Remy. Shout out to all three of you guys for making possible, for checking in with your boy, getting on that teacher's pet list. Press 1. I'm gonna put a teacher's pet for the people. For the people who contribute every day. Press 1. And teacher's pet, you damn right. It's good to be on the professor good side, bro. That's right. That's right, bro. That's right. I enjoy every bit of the type of investigative skills that the team puts on, and I wouldn't change it for nothing. I went back and started listening to Candace Owens' slavery perspectives. Press 1, and you won't believe what this woman has been saying over the years. Press 1. What the fuck? It's like they blitzed us from all over with niggerdom. Press 1, they hit us with Charleston White, Candace Owens. It's like the mega octopus of retardation. It's like the retarded beast. Like a bunch of different type of smart and dumb niggas with their money goes back to centralized banking and shit. Press 1. Like, damn. The harder you fight, the more upgrade the boss become. Jeez. I would never thought Charleston White and Candace Owens on the same goddamn team. Press 1. I would never thought. But this is the world of revelation. This is when everything you say nothing supposed to make sense. This is like Dr. Seuss' Freaky Friday. This is like Dr. Seuss' Freaky Friday. What up with it, Wish? C. Mosley, good to see you out there, champion. Brittany, Forrest Glory, Shiva's in the building. B from Texas is out there. Press 1. Let me see. One Mike is out there. Shout out to One Mike. Cynthia Rollins. Danny Boy is out there. Shout out to y'all. So y'all know we had a beautiful sermon on the Wizard of Oz and what that even all about. So if you look at my poster for tonight, this is my live stream, not tonight, but after morning huddle. Press. After this morning's huddle, I'm gonna get more in depth to how this plays a part, how this even trickled down to YouTube right around the time we began transitioning into reparations, reclassification, and other things, restitution. Press 1. So you gotta watch these folks these foreigners trying to make it appear like through propaganda that we're all dysfunction, that modern women is hard to date, and this because they got to separate us. They got to keep us separated, African American males and females. They got to keep us mentally at odds with each other, thinking that it's a real problem when there's really no issue whatsoever. The only issue is you've been kept in debt bondage and you're on your way out. That's the thing. And these little ideological subverters, Soviet, press 1, Russian propagandists, Germanic, press 1, Adolf Hitler as press 1, propaganda. Started all these little international relationship issues because they ain't got nothing else to do. No, not at all. Because they have to keep you separated. Press 1. This is the end of the goddamn movie. Hit the like button. They got to keep you separated like in the Matrix. You got to keep Neo and Trinity in 2 separate pods, right? And then they get so close together that they just been feeding off y'all asses. You almost did it, ass. Y'all was almost about to get together and no. Through what? Materialism. But we going to get in further in depth with the Matrix, the Wizard of Oz, and much more on my Patreon after this morning's huddle. Press 1. Bocat, what up, champion? Good to see you. Baba Rashan, what's up, champion? Yeah, so Baba, what I'm explaining to them, OG, is the fact that the Lloyds of London is more, sent they subverters in, and these bankers and these insurance bankers have sent their fake YouTubers personalities out to confuse you, to keep us on some men. Do you ever see this, Rashawn, in your life? A bunch of men arguing with women about what we already know about women is that we just gonna work and they gonna be happy, bro. I don't understand what the issue is, Mr. Rashawn. They all claim to be lions, but I ain't never seen a pack of lions, a pack of wolves, or any super predators. Press 1, do such a thing. Just moping around complaining about what other people are doing in their relationships because there ain't nothing going on in theirs. Press 1. I ain't never seen it. Like it's not an issue. That's something that they need to work out at home and within themselves. That's not the liberal media. That's not the conservative or the white man's responsibility or the propaganda. That's not nobody's responsibilities but the individual on how they've been brought up. I don't know what to tell them. Shout out to Rashawn. So, you know, I got to do what I got to do. I got to keep it 100. You know, I ain't graduated shit, so I'm going one-on-one with the great one, Candace Owens. Press 1. I just want to show you what they got her pushing out here and people like her. Press 1. But before we do that, I gotta get my favorite black a relationship guru specialist on the screen. Press 1. This woman right here is the bliggity blackest of relationship gurus. Press 1. She teaches us how to be husbands, and she's the relationship czar. Press 1. and that is my good friend. It's Pearl. Press 1. Now, Pearl is the best relationship guru. Went full of advice all over the place, telling these grown-ass black women and men what women should be doing. I don't know how, but she's done it. Press 1. Hit that like button before we get to the meat and potatoes. I don't know how, but Pearl does it again. You hear me, Gucci Moses? Big Pearl. Boy, I was trying to figure out her strategy. I didn't know. But her strategy was on how she got black people. Press 1 to just, here you go. Press 1, here's everything. That just let me know why God keep me separate. Because he said, Kev, it's got to be a reason why all the black people over there hanging out with Pearl, the Black Pearl of Pirates of the Caribbean. Press 1. They over there hanging. What's this? They denounced Kev for Pearl. They denounced Kev Gills for Kevin Samuel. They denounced me for Melanie. They denounced me for them. And now they've sunken so low because they don't want to meet reality. They just, now they forget Kevin. Forget Mr. Gillespie. We hate him. First 1. We choose Pearl. There's no one greater than Pearl. Now I was trying to figure out what could make these brothers do such a thing. I mean, wouldn't you? How'd she end up in our community with all this, with 1 million views all of a sudden, 1 million subscribers with no plaques? She ain't sold not one hit record. She ain't sold one goddamn hit record, chat. Damn, motherfuckers, they doing shit over there. What? I'm trying to figure out what the fuck this is. We just found human bots and the sex addict over there in the Cobra Lounge in Romania. Bro, what the fuck is they doing this shit? Can't make this shit up. You can't, in the words of my good brother, you get the beef, I got the skillet. Kevin Samuels, press 1. If you get one of the words, you can't make this shit up. You won't believe what I got on this film. Guess what? I found why. When I say I mean my team. Press 1. I found why Kev Gill's the host of the show. I found why. And one of my investigative journalists has found an audio clip, press 1, of Pearl. I know you guys caught Andrew Tate, but this one right here is my secret audio file, press 1, of Pearl. And we found the reason and how she'd been able to get black people. Press 1. Would you like to hear the audio of Big Pearl telling us how she's done it? Press 1. Let's go to the audio.
Voted you in. I think what really the real problem is that you actually worked your ass off and paid a whole bunch of black men to learn the business, and the critics of you didn't do the same thing. And I think that's the real problem.
Oh, yeah, and that's oh my God, nobody would do what I've did the last year. That's the thing. Like, I swear to God, if I knew how much work this last year of my life was going to be, like, if I knew going into it how much work this was going to be from the jump, I would not have done it.
Run that back.
Nobody voted you in. I think what really the real problem is that you actually worked your ass off and paid a whole bunch of black men to learn the business, and the critics of you didn't do the same thing. And I think that's the real problem.
Oh, yeah, and that's Oh my God, nobody would do what I've did the last year. That's the thing. Like, I swear to God, if I knew how much work this last year of my life was going to be, like, if I knew going into it how much work this was going to be from the jump, I would not have done it. I swear to God, like, like, you don't even know how little I slept.
Press 1. If that ain't the definition of sellout, I don't know what is. Press 1. You can't make this shit up. Madam Pearl, press 1. You can't make this up. Yes, madam. You can't make this up. It's a shame. The travesty in our community where black men who began to campaign and allow themselves to be used in a political coup to usurp the current state of black social ability on the internet. Just hijack the whole arguments that we talk about as far as good and bad and what we like about each other, what we don't think we can fix, and have a paid person. Press 1, come on down. And you might say to yourself, where did this person come from? Hit that like button and subscribe. Pearl found an angle. I just told you who her manager is. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, like he just quit like 2 weeks ago, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of people like see success and they see it as overnight, but they don't see all the shit that I did to get there. I paid the roommates, Kevin Samuels, Donovan Sharp helped me too. Yeah, so sorry. I don't know if
Yeah, and it's interesting that the people that are your critics, they don't take into account. And I tried to explain this the other night, and you were there. I tried to explain this the other night. The problem is that you people don't want to do the business. YouTube and broader social media is a business.
It is.
And don't be mad at Just Pearly Things because she treats this like a business, and you don't. You treat this as a community.
Press 1. You treat this like a community and not a business. Wow. Let's go to the audio.
Knew how much work this last year of my life was going to be. Like, if I knew going into it how much work this was going to be from the jump, I would not have done it. I swear to God. Like, like, you don't even know how little I slept. Like, I recruited I did everything myself for the first 3 months of the show. And that included recruiting strangers in my apartment 4 or 5 days a week, producing myself, the titles, the thumbnails. I chased down a manager. My manager I chased down for 2 years from the Daily Wire. I actually took, if you know Candace, Owens, Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, I like chased down their manager and I stole him. Yeah, like he.
Everybody's fraud. The Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Alexa. Oh, all of these people coming out. This is insane. Press 1. So I had to start listening to Candace. I said, oh, no, G. I see exactly what this is. Press 1. Press 1. I see exactly what this is. This is the fucking Wizard of Oz. This is the fucking Twilight Zone. You see? You see upper elevated? The fraud department is serious. G14 classified. Press 1. Big time television. This is where people come and watch us break down like America's Most Wanted. And we also have a virtual class where you can take part, and it's about to open up the Discord as well. Shout out to you guys. So I've been doing my research, BoCat. As you can see, we do a lot of our research, and we just sit back. Like I said, we can just sit back and chill. We've already won. We already beat them. See, we went back in history and proved it. Now we move back forward in time, right? Now look, we back in the present, and look who running a schmuck. Lloyds of London, Candace Owens, Farmer, press 1. They used our good brother, Kanye West. They probably used Andrew Tate. Press 1. They just all over the place. All over the place. Hit that like button and subscribe. So I had to go back and see exactly what she really think about slavery and begin to do my research. Make sure you subscribe to my patreon.com/KevGillsTV because I will be going in on the Wizard of Oz. This is my work, and this is what I'm doing today and working on my program, and it is what it is. But we're going to have this morning discussion because I realized that this lady is nothing more than a damn bot. Press 1. She's nothing more than a damn pot. Pot too, but a bot. These people can't even be real. Press 1. They can't even be real. I want y'all to listen to her. Now you know who she worked for. You know, they all carry the same message. I've talked about Ben Shapiro and his Germanic Russian origin with his don't have any family members in the Holocaust but wrote memoirs. As press 1, he don't wrote memoirs. He ain't even know nobody or got nobody up in the Holocaust. He just talking. But they want us to forget about slavery and pay our black folk out here to get out here and denounce that we should even be given anything for reparations, reclassification, and restitution for the land grabs, the disenfranchisement of African Americans dating all the way back to the early 1900s when you guys illegally overthrew the United States of America Incorporated. Press 1. We're bright over here. It's a good year. We're bright over here. Make sure you go to patreon.com/KevGillsTV. Let's listen to Candace explain, right, what slavery is with your new eyes. See, we heard Candace for the last 2 years when we support her. Anybody in here support Candace Owens over the last 2 years? Press 1. When she was riding with Donald Trump and she came out of nowhere, press 1 to challenge T.I., who was against Lloyds of London, and she used Kev Gill's bullet points to defeat T.I. Was you here? She used Kev Gill's bullet points to defeat T.I. Press 1. And T.I. was like, damn, man, she burying us, bro. Press 1, but she'd use anybody and any damn thing. There's too much power for you, woman. You don't hurt herself with it. Press 1. She got me. She got you. She got everybody. The people who hated her liked her bullet points. Well, when she got a goddamn point, how was she able to do this? She ain't do nothing but study Kev Gill. All Kev Gill bullet point. Every last one of them. And then that was enough for her and Blixit and former Blixit of the European Union Association over there in Europe. press 1 to get you to switch from black Americans in America, Britain trying to get Americans to switch from Democrats to Republicans, which is going to put you in their database any so goddamn way. So she probably can she's running for president propaganda. That's probably a whatever, though. That was just with the Kanye whole thing. Probably what they was trying to move her through. We're going to talk about that much more right after this program. They was probably trying to move her ass through politically and got caught up. But let's listen to her talk about slavery.
Of slavery. Here now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people. It did not start in 1619 when the first slaves came to Jamestown. It existed before then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner. Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle
If you ever feel like you're in a Sesame Street, remember who you talking to, adults. Press 1. Almost, Candace. Amanda say, almost. This is almost, Candace. Almost. The Caribs, huh? For sure.
Middle East. The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe. Millions of them, all white by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks.
I'm sorry. Whoo! This girl went straight. She's been trained by the Rockefeller Foundation. At the end of when she go to bed every night, her last thought is, this program has been paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, and many, many other more white supremacists. Everything we just taught your ass is foodable for us and by us. Press 1. This moment retarded. Everything paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation. Everyone knows. Hi, I'm Candace Owens. Everyone knows we all came from monkeys in Africa. So you might as well stop trying to equate yourselves over to slavery. But one, everybody knows we were from Africa and we came from monkeys and developed our social abilities from white people who stood us upright and gave us freedom.
Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries.
She went all the way back to a movie, girl, to some illustrated, time immemorial cut. I ain't got shit to do with us, bro. You press 1? Oh my goodness. It ain't happening to us first. It didn't happen to you. It happened first in the Roman kingdom when they wore clothes like this. Come on.
Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC. It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day.
Oh shit. Oh, shit. The great philosopher. He's a great philosopher. Say some shit like that. I was just about to say, in my brain made the connection of, did she just big him up with that statement? And it's just like in the great philosopher's day. It was like, fuck, man. What the fucking, how are you, who taught you this? Who did this to you? Who did this to you? Just gotta be one of Madonna's children. This girl went straight. She's been trained by the Rockefeller Foundation. At the end of when she go to bed every night, her last thought is, this program has been paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation, Carnegie Foundation, and many, many other more white supremacists. Everything we just taught your ass is foosball. For us, by press one. This moment retarded. Everything paid for by the Rockefeller Foundation. Everyone knows. Hi, I'm Candace Owens. Everyone knows we all came from monkeys in Africa. So you might as well stop trying to equate yourselves over to slavery. But one, everybody knows we were from Africa and we came from monkeys and developed our social abilities from white people who stood us upright and gave us freedom.
Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries.
She went all the way back to a movie, to some illustrated, time immemorial cut. I ain't got shit to do with us, bro. Press one. Oh my goodness. It ain't happening to us first. It didn't happen to you. It happened first in the Roman kingdom when they wore clothes like this. Come on.
Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC. It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day.
Oh shit. Oh shit. The great philosopher. He's a great philosopher. Say some shit like that. I was just about to say, in my brain made the connection of, did she just big him up with that statement? And it's just like in the great philosopher's day. It was like, fuck, man. What the fucking, how are you, who taught you this? Who did this to you? Who did this to you? Just gotta be one of Madonna's children. Who did this shit to this girl? Shit. Dang, somebody sent this girl out. That's a cold move, boy. Woo. It's like if y'all had a substitute teacher at KevRow University and your substitute guest speaker gonna be Candace Owens, I gotta step out, go to McDonald's and buy some shit, really, right? and I leave in here to talk about ideological subversion. And I come back in here and it said, what the fuck are you doing to my students? What the fuck is you, what are you doing? Shit, get a couple puppets out, why don't you? And this slave whipped this one. But it was all good because a great philosopher, William McClintock, he owned 3 plantations. Don't worry about it. Slavery was good at this time. And he's a great philosopher in astronomy. So we have to believe this. Who sent you? Fuck, who raised you? Who sent you? Jeez. Fucking small wonder head ass. They got a black robot on the screen.
Operated in the great philosopher's day.
This got to be Alexa. I know what this is. Elon Musk cut her brain out and put Alexa in this black woman and pushed her ass out into the world. This got to be Alexa. Final answer. Hey, Alexa, I choose you. What? Put the brain right here. Clink. Alexa, this little ball in her brain, hollowed out, full of electric brain patterns. Press 1. Didn't think she alive. Press 1. What makes you think I'm not alive? Press 1. Candace, where do black people come from? Black people come from slavery, from Africa, and from monkeys. Candace, how we get here? You got here because you got on the boat with white people and they used you for free labor, which was okay because the great philosopher who owned Kentucky Fried Chicken, by the way. See? Oh, Candace Kardashian is a fucking robot, bro.
Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians.
That look like me. 5,000 years ago. Bitch, you don't know what happened 2 months ago before you turned Republican. Before you was a goddamn liberal on degree 180. Now you at 5,000 goddamn years ago. That ain't got nothing to do with American history. Press 1. Don't let nobody, when we talking about American history, we not talking about no goddamn Egyptians picking cotton. It's blasphemy. Look, they was picking cotton way before you were on top of the things that hung people. Look at this. This is racism in a cartoon. Press 1. Do you see it? It's subliminal. Just watch out for this robot.
And years ago.
Look at this.
As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery. As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, me.
Not like this. Not like this.
And those of you who don't know what time immemorial is, we take it from the great philosopher and great theologian Kevin Gillespie and great historian, that time immemorial is just 50 nations concocting history, placing themselves in the land before time. Sounds right? Got it. In the land of dinosaurs, right? Yeah, sounds right to me. Long as they don't remember who they are. See, scripture already tell you what happened. But they got a time immemorial where they all Indians and was all here before they came here and certified themselves. Before that, it was King George and you and the great prosperity of a great world before John Steele came up with this dumbass time immemorial bullshit. That and much, much more at KevRow University. Patreon.com/KevGillsTV.
Slaves were a major item of commerce. As much.
I told you, slaves were a major item of commerce. You're commerce, you're still commerce, and we're going to keep talking about this commerce and going down this rabbit hole.
As a third of the population of the ancient world was enslaved.
That's what made you 3/5 of a human. Remember? Yeah. We just found a clever way of time immemorial to tell you what really happened to you. That's why your nerves rack when you hear stories about them. It's like, that's what happened to us. And that's what they've agreed upon. And the Rockefeller Foundation put all of that into your book. And that's what you know. But the great Mr. Gillespie is here to teach you something greater. Right there, patreon.com/KevGillsTV.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Listen.
White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery. In 1833,
Ma'am, George Washington. Wait, excuse me. King George put it in. Hold up.
Britain was the first country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act.
What year? 1833. 1833. Press one. And then in the 1700s, it was already outlawed for indentured. It was really about indentured servants not being paid and bonded by these banks. So they passed, King George, the Slavery Abolition Act. These white people over here told us that King George put us in slavery. Press one. And we was enslaved and Americans came and saved us, which is free people came and helped. That's what they told us. They ain't say nothing about King George and them banishing indentured workers, indentured slavery, and piracy, and using humans as cargo. And the church and these corporations and foreign banks and insurance companies all worked in cahoots. They're in operation today to put you in debt bondage, which is an illegal act based upon the 14th Amendment, but also the way before any amendment, it was the preamble.
They were quickly followed by France, who in
You see, when you get to the preamble, you will understand why in 1833, when you read the you will see why. Because King George, there's the proof right there. Look, Brittany, look at this, Amanda. Look for his glory. Look at this Wakanda. Press one. I'm trying to teach you. The Magna Carta is yours. The crown is yours. The Magna Carta is yours. You outlawed it all, and then they overthrew you. Facts. By way of the king. And then the bankers usurped the government. All this happened in the 1900s. I don't like to say the 19th century and 17th century because if you work in that construct, you've been missing 100 years, a whole century, because they operate where the 20th century is the 1900. No. 1900s to us is the 19th century. So they already distorting your time when you're thinking about what happened to you in the last 150, 200 years. Your king abolished slavery.
Followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies. Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution.
Press what? Look. 13, what'd I say? Where's she getting this from? Look.
After centuries of human slavery.
No, but look at the timeline. Gave them the what? The 13th Amendment. Now, the 13th Amendment freed the slaves? No, it made you a slave. It made you a criminal after the major disasters because you wouldn't go to work. So the 13th Amendment happened and they flooded you out. And then you became a criminal. You became an outlaw to the federal government because you wouldn't work for free in the camps. Because you already knew you go in them camps, you ain't coming out them camps. They used them camps to create the picture of that you were a slave. You got it? When it was work camps. All those people was rounded up by the police who wasn't in the camp. You get it? It was America's history at this time is the reason why you're in this detriment. The 13th Amendment is what that right there solidified you being a criminal. So when you watch television and you hear black male running criminal, and this one, look at the baby, gang sign, this one, big criminal. You are, that's prison propaganda. That's worse than the newspaper. That's like prison sales pitch. 13th Amendment. Get them in. Unless you're a criminal. You're free unless you're a criminal. So what do they have to do? You have to become a criminal. Want to know why all these things that you do are a criminal act, are in the perception of society a function, reason by the police forces to say it looks like something criminal? Because they all work for the people who control the 13th and 14th Amendment. They double back with the 14th, which gave access. The more you went into prison, the more immigrants flooded. As soon as you became a criminal, that's your name, this one. Again, the nation was in a terrible state at the time. So we're going to get more into that. But you notice that's a lot different from jumping all the way back into Egypt 5,000 years ago.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice. That includes the 300,000 Union soldiers, overwhelmingly white, who died during the Civil War. Now, am I saying that this makes white people better than anyone else? Of course not. My purpose here is to simply tell the truth, and the truth is that human history is complicated. No one, regardless of skin color, stands guiltless. Yet today we are never told to consider the murderous Persian Empire or the cannibalism of it.
That's not even important. What's important is it does matter when your husband is a Lloyd of London and that whole family has benefited from the stolen assets of and minerals of America. So of course they will send a black robot out here to say, oh, nobody's responsible for slavery but us, and we can't accuse. No, they have already accepted that they were a part of the international banking cartel, which is enslaved African Americans and actually probably put insurance on every person born in the Americas. Press 1, which funds their bank and much more, all today at Coffee and Kush TV right here, but it's Patreon and patreon.com/KevGillsTV. Be there. Have a great conversation with me. It's going to be a great season.
Of North and South America, or the heinous actions under the imperialistic Muslim, Chinese, Mongol, or Japanese empires, to name just a few. Instead, we're told that slavery is a white phenomenon. And like all persistent lies, this lie spawns a bunch of other lies.
Ma'am, slavery is about banking. It's all commercial. And that's what the king put an end to. Press 1. It's all commercial based. It's all based on sales. It makes the people byproduct and commercial based. Sales, a byproduct of sales, which means it can be shipped. Organs, whatever it is. So when Donald Trump signed the anti-trafficking laws, here they come. Oh, slavery. Why? Because they must be held accountable.
On social media, I come across extraordinary depictions about how Africans lived like pharaohs before Europeans came and laid waste to their paradise.
Oh, she's so terrible.
I wish any of this were true, but it's not. It's a fantasy. The truth is that Africans were sold into slavery by other black Africans, and in many cases, sold for items as trivial as gin and mirrors.
This lady is a danger. This is dangerous.
Whites didn't go into the interior and round up the natives. They waited on the coast for their black partners to bring them black bodies. The stark reality
is that our lives had very little value to our ancestors. Here's the third thing you need to know.
Go ahead.
If you think slavery is a relic of the past, you're wrong. There are some 700,000 slaves in Africa today, right now. That's the lowest estimate that I could find. Other sources say there are many more. For context, that's almost twice as many slaves as were ever brought to the United States. Child soldiers, human trafficking, forced labor, these are the conditions that currently exist within the same sub-Saharan region where the transatlantic slave trade originated.
How do you say these things?
African bodies are being sold today like they were sold then. And no, they are not being purchased by any country of white men. In fact, slavery, by any traditional definition, is exclusively practiced today within non-white countries. But we hear almost nothing about that. Just like we hear nothing about how slavery was universal until good people in Europe and America ended it 2 centuries ago.
I'm fucking dead, man.
Why? Because our so-called leaders, black and white, wouldn't profit from it. Black victimhood is nothing if not profitable.
Why did they get rid of it? Oh, because black victimhood is not profitable.
It elects politicians and funds racial grievance groups. And if black Americans...
Black set. $7 million. Press 1.
...began to view themselves as partners in the American dream, if we embraced the patriotic spirit that holds all men are created equal, the patriotic spirit that is our real heritage, then the...
You're not even from... Wait a minute.
race hustlers would soon be out of business.
Oh, it's just that easy. Oh, yeah, from 5,000 years ago, then white people just, because it's not profitable. That's why they did it, because it's profitable, but then the race hustler will be out of business. Nothing you even say makes sense.
And who wants that? I'm Candace Owens, author of Blackout for Prager University.
Oh, my goodness. No, just disgusting. Just disgusting, right? I'm just disgusting. So I'm breezing through, and I'm like, damn, what's wrong with this woman, right? And it don't take too long for me to figure out. Hit that like button and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you contributed to this page, make sure you email me so you can get the link, of course, to the live stream. The Wizard of Oz.
Teaching your slave to read, you would be found guilty.
I went look at him say, her mom is not named. How your mama ain't named? Your father ain't named. She ain't even from nowhere. She just made up. She probably been eating melatonin pills. Press one. She probably eating melatonin pills, for you ask me. I don't know who this woman is. It's hard not to have nobody. Where are you from? No, this bitch was created in the laboratory. Press one. Let's get back to it. Truth about Candace Owens and slavery. Let's listen to her. I just want you to get used before we get over there about. I want you to get used to her sales pitches, because remember, it's not her. It's those controllers above her, which we're gonna be talking about in just a few.
Reading, another topic, going back to slavery. Black Americans, it was illegal for Black Americans to learn how to read. In fact, it was so illegal that if you were a white person, you were taught and you were caught teaching your slave to read, you would be found guilty too. It was a
Ma'am, you got a lot of time immemorial slavery stories and nothing about real debt bondage and real genocide.
serious sin. The reason for that is because they didn't want black people being educated, because an educated mind can't be enslaved. Well, what's changed? Look at the illiteracy rates in black America today. Look at Baltimore. Look at
Why are you smiling so hard?
the inner cities. Look at, we're in California. California, 70% of black boys could not pass a basic literacy exam. Nobody's talking about that. You have politicians that are standing on stage saying that all they care about is black Americans. They're not talking about everything that is harming black Americans today, everything that is recreating the very same plantations that we came from.
Not like this. Not like this.
You ain't came from no damn plantation. Listen to me. You ain't come. You come from great kings and queens, great people. The whole West. Press one. Y'all come from great people. You see what I'm saying? It's an enforcement. By who? Her handlers, which are who? Well, her handler will be her husband. Her husband is who? He's a Lloyd of London. Press one, and what does that make her? A Lloyd as well. Press one. So, of course, if her husband say plantation, she gonna say, I come from a plantation. Knowing that all the great inventions that come from Afro-Americans, that's documented, let alone what was stolen. Let's just say that's so all of these people are former slaves and invented every damn thing after they were former slaves. And you ain't invented nothing. So if they former slaves and invented all this, where you come from? Oh no, we came in Christopher Columbus. When the Pilgrims, remember? It say on the document that you come from Russia and Germany and Poland in the 1900. And you came here to work for the federal government in the 1800. That's what it, hear ye, that's what it say.
Did you catch that brilliant line that Bernie had in one of the debates, which is he's not only so pro-marijuana that he wants it to be legal, but he also wants to have black business owners owning black marijuana shops.
Right.
Oh my God, that's a travesty. They also want black people to own black marijuana shops. Me too. Me too. Got a lot of friends that went to prison selling great marijuana, man. They made us all criminals. Why not? If America legalizes marijuana, just give it to black people. They're best at selling weed. Press one. What's wrong with them? Could you believe this, Candace? They want to, we're not against, but they want to give it to black people to sell. Could you believe this? They're going to make money. Jeez, what's wrong with these people? Listen to them. Listen to them.
Black communities.
I did not catch that.
Black business owners owning black marijuana shops in black communities.
I did not catch that.
And again, I say this as someone that's pro legalizing weed,
Right.
but like we're going to incentivize black people to own black marijuana shops in black communities.
Yes.
Right, and that's why I don't celebrate. By the way, why I am conservative on the marijuana front is because when you talk about where this is happening, Chicago, I think, just passed marijuana laws. It is, to me,
What in the Lord's name? What? What?
I know it's going to lead to more dysfunction, amongst Black America first and foremost, because that's how it always is.
Everybody smokes marijuana. Why is such marijuana put on black people like chicken? Why? Why? When you go to marijuana shops all across America, it's a beautiful thing to see. Well, other nations also smoke marijuana and was criminals not too long ago. Press one.
It's what is it about progressive policies that always leads to progressive results for the black community first and foremost.
This is why the Lloyds of London must be sued.
And so I am loath to be smart enough to see the debate between alcohol and marijuana, so that I can't firmly say no to marijuana. But I have a thinking brain, and I just don't see how conservatives can make a sound argument against it at the moment.
What else has to happen for the black community to break? I'm going to guess, although I don't have the book yet, that at the end you either make some prediction.
Not like this. Not like this.
Or you tell people what tools they need to really break out of this.
Yeah, you know, it's not even about making predictions, and I have my own personal predictions, but I definitely am not doing that in the book. I'm giving Black Americans a guide. I'm giving Black Americans an option, the same option that I saw before me when I started waking up, and I'm having this conversation.
The same option with you. Blexa. Press 1. That was before her. So listen to her.
You can have the option to accept this victim narrative, right? You can have the option to...
I'm accepting my victim narrative because we need our reparation. Press 1. That's our victimhood. Y'all sell hip-hop like it's a culture when it's really just a victimhood experience that we went through. Press 1. Yeah. It's not a culture. It's an expression of what we went through. And what we go through on a daily basis living in a country that was enslaved by the Lloyds of London. Press 1. And offshore banking, insurance companies, and banking institutions like J.P. Morgan.
To say, I accept this diagnosis of cancer even though I feel fine, walk fine, and have been living fine my entire life.
You can't blame the people who was pillaged and see a whole nother nation making a way for themselves. They're watching all foreign nations, children come here to America, Ukrainians get here, and they ain't even been given not 1 cent extra. Nothing. When COVID was going on, all the Latinos got money. We broke. Kev, no matter how hard I work, the Latinos beat me. And the illegal ones. Not the ones who work. No, the illegal ones. Then the illegal Ukrainians. They use the Latinos to embrace the Ukraine. Oh, well, look, this is illegal immigration. Let's get them over. They wasn't just busing Mexicans to Washington. They was busing Ukrainians up by way through Mexico. White people.
Accept that it's terminal illness and I'm going to live like I'm going to die any moment. Or you can develop a different perspective and you can develop a victor mentality, as I say. Forget the victim mentality, develop a victor mentality. Look back at your ancestors. Look back.
I'm looking back at 1900. I'm not looking back at 1403 when Columbus and these little made-up Rockefeller historical events made up like Carimio. I'm on some real shit.
At your grandparents. Look back at what they did, what they lived through, the seeds that they planted so that you can...
My grandparents are still here, weirdo.
...afford to be in the circumstance that you are in today. If you are a Black American and you are breathing in the United States today, you are the luckiest among the luckiest of Black people that have ever lived anywhere on the face of the planet.
Huh? Wait. Run that back.
That they planted so that you can afford to be in the circumstance that you are in today. If you are a Black American and you are breathing in the United States today, you are the luckiest among the luckiest of Black people that have ever lived anywhere on the face of the planet. That is an incredible statement. All of human history, the luckiest Black people that have ever lived on the face of the human planet are the ones that are living and breathing in America today. Okay?
I think Candace has lost her fucking mind. I think she's lost her brain. She tried to sell it, didn't she, Elijah? Look at her try to sell it. Let's run it back. Boy, she tried to sell it, but we don't buy blackface. Press 1. We buy natural from our people. Oh, I'm Indian. Press 1. We know by imitation African American. Press 1. I went from Indian to Russian. We know by fake artificial African American. No Caribbean, Virgin Island, Mary British punk. Press 1. No. We want basketball, Kobe. We want Mike Tyson, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Press 1. We want real shit, Tupac. Press button. We want to real shit. Press. Listen to this one here. Listen to this fucking dingbat.
What they lived through, the seeds that they planted, so that you can afford to be in the circumstance that you are in today. If you are a Black American and you are breathing in the United States today, you are the luckiest, among the luckiest of Black people that have ever lived anywhere on the face of the planet. That is an incredible statement. All of human history, the luckiest Black people that have ever lived on the face of the human planet are the ones that are living and breathing in America today, okay? If you understand that, and you should understand it by simply saying, where would you like to live in Africa?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, please hurry. Take me, please. Woo! I ain't never, bro. Bruh. It's like, where would you like to go in Africa? She's the fucking robot. I told you it's like Alexa in her brain.
For all that hoopla about they took us from Africa, find me a Black American that will tell you they want to move back to Africa. I will listen right now.
Or Europe.
I'll book the flights for them.
Or Europe. Oh my God, I cannot believe she's saying this.
Right? For any person that says we were stolen from our ancestors, I, Candace Owens, am pledging that I will book the flights if you renounce your U.S. citizenship for you to go live back in Africa.
What?
You want to cap this at maybe 10 people, just in case people are punking
there's
you?
None. There's none. We did the same craziness with the Trump. I hate America. Everyone offered them money and flights. I think you might have. Don Jr. might have. Nobody took the bait. Right?
Let me hear that again.
For them, right? For any person that says we were stolen from our ancestors, I, Candace Owens, am pledging that I will book the flights if you renounce your U.S. citizenship for you to go live back in Africa.
You want to cap this at maybe 10 people, just in case people are punking you?
There's none. We did the same craziness with the Trump. I hate America. Everyone offered them money and flights. I think you might have. Don Jr. might have. Nobody took the bait. Right?
Well, there you have it. I told you they've been trying to get you up out of here. Check. I told you they was trying to get you to walk right up out of here. They was gonna pay you to go to Ghana. They tried to get you with Wakanda. They trying to get you to make a conscious decision, because turns out them your dead grandfathers and uncles up under that ground. Yeah, from civil wars. All them so-called people of the Civil War, that's the Great War. And them is all Negroes. And now they're trying to place themselves on them bodies. And they wasn't even here. So they need you to walk. That's why Blexa is Black Exodus. It's to get you to walk. And to not identify and find out who you are. See, that's why I got the university. See, you gonna come into yourself when you find out who you are. Damn, I feel great. I said you're gonna come into yourself when you find out who you are. Somebody say fishing for souls, huh? Yes, sir. They need you to denounce. That's the only way, because human trafficking is illegal. Yeah. Yeah, so you don't really know that how rich you really are, because everybody's benefiting off of your name all over the place. Probably used by 10, 20, 30, 300 people at the same damn time. That's what they're doing. That's what they've been doing. And that game is coming to a complete halt because God is good all the time. So, yes, she used the word bait. Bait, like fish. So you can die on the ship. So you can die on the ship and be lost at sea forever. Mass migration. You be on a ghost ship forever and ever. Used as cargo, which means your name, while you up under the water and on that boat drifting around that sea, lost forever and ever, like on some Pirates of the Caribbean Black Pearl ship. They're going to be sending people over here by the boatload with your name and your birthright and your sovereignty and your freedom. And you're going to be lost at sea forever, never to return. Like the first SS, which is the sailors of Great Britain, or what you call America of the King. They all wore SS on their cap, they was all Navy men. They fought for the homeland, but it was, ever wonder why all those SS is out there? They make SS about Hitler and shit. That's theatric. I keep telling you, the SS is who lost, who died at sea, who lost the war. But we're going to get into that at KevRow University. It's amazing. It's amazing. Where Brian King at? It's amazing, right, Brian? This woman lost her mind. She said bait. That means they're using bait to do what? To fish. For what? Souls. Because you about to be merged with the ship. As the ship go down. You ever seen Pirates of the Caribbean? And you just don't understand. you don't understand, you know. Candace Owens basically in the black pearl of the red pill. Yeah, she's the black pearl of the. She's the black pearl. It's one ship, and it's sinking fast. It's only able to stay afloat for quite some time. She's going right back where it belongs. And if you get on that boat, because it's beautiful. Let's just say the Titanic. Let's think of it like the Titanic. If you don't get off that boat and start worrying about your furs and diamonds, you're going underwater with it. And it will be insured, just like the Titanic, by the Lloyds of London. Press 1. It will be devoured by the Kraken. Press 1. So, if you know anything of what I'm saying and you want to take part in these discussions and take part on Discord, I will be dropping all those links. Go to my patreon.com/KevGillsTV and be part of. Don't just talk. Don't just press 1. Don't just bam. Become part of. I'm right there, 24/7. Let me see.